Every world is the same. You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. I've ended worlds. What is one measly legend? Again, ready for the big finale. This place is kinda nice. Might stick around for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
So I rewatched the finals of every ALGS tournament to answer one question. What would happen if you sent a team back in time 5 years to compete? Would the previous versions of teams we know and love today be able to hold their own? Well, the answer lies in the development of the Apex meta. So I'm going to teach you the history and break down just that for you. Starting with the Poland preseason invitational in September of 2019. Oh, the nostalgia I get from watching each event again, thinking back to my reactions viewing it live. Now, the first thing that shocked me is the playstyle. Everyone played zone, which is when players try to predict where the final ring will end and secure a position as early as possible. You see, in Apex's release, there were not many competitive battle royales. Many pro players came from H1Z1, Fortnite just had its World Cup, and PUBG had a small competitive scene, and in each of these, the mindset was to survive as long as possible and get placement points by playing zone. Now, zone is still a viable and used strategy in 2023, but in 2019, it felt rigid, teams looked scared, and played much more passive. Kings Canyon was the only map in the game. It was small, lacked a good amount of loot, and did not have enough quality landing spots, so many teams didn't have the confidence to fight early. You can see that most of the gameplay was teams rotating early and sitting in a building, and any late rotating teams would find any spot in the ring and simply wait for the next zone to make their move with as little fighting as possible. Also, look at the shields. The Evo shields we have today did not exist, and players didn't even spawn with a shield. If you watch TSM, they're sitting with 3 white shields with round 4 closing. They're gonna walk up on a fight here, and this is just would be an impossible fight. If you saw a team today sitting with 3 white shields, I'd be going nuts wondering what the hell they were doing the entire time. Because nowadays you see teams are going to be poking, prodding, and trying to do damage to other teams to level up their shields. Obviously, like, I think Evil Shields was hands down one of the best changes to ever happen to Apex. So these are the first things that influence the Legend meta. The way I see Apex meta is that it branches out from Legend selection. Any changes to the map, how zones work, your input, loot availability, how you rotate will change the Legends used or be changed by the Legends being used. So you'll see here, these are the base starting characters. Like Caustic Mirage also came on drop, and then you had Octane and you had Watson, and that was your character list. From July 2019 to roughly August 2020 was the Wraith Watson Pathfinder era. Watson was the best defensive legend with her fences to lock down buildings. She could show presence to lock down areas in the open, and her ult provided unlimited shield, which was crucial for the low amount of loot on King's Canyon. Wraith was the all-around best character in the game, especially for your fragger. Her phase and small hitbox made her great for starting a fight with entry damage and getting out without dying. Her ultimate portal was also the best ability for rotating your entire team into zones without taking any damage. So for a zone meta, you needed that to move from spot to spot. Pathfinder's mobility made him the second best character for fragging out, and his zipline gave the ability of getting height for the team as well as some quick rotation. But the most valuable asset of Pathfinder, which we will talk about a lot throughout this video, was his ability to scan beacons. Today we have several characters that can scan the ring console, and we have others that can get enemy location. But at Poland 2019, Pathfinder was the only character with this ability. Battle Royales are an information game, and knowing just the second zone information significantly increases the chances of teams predicting the final ring. So he was a must pick, and in fact this composition was used by 100% of the teams in the final lobby. But other than that, Apex was mostly about straight gunplay. I will go over how characters influence fights as we travel through the years, but none of Wraith's, Pathfinder's, or Watson's abilities truly changed the outcome of a fight, say like a Horizon Ultimate would. And as such, most players were using mouse and keyboard. Nicewig and Snipedown were the only controller players out of an 80-team international event, and there was a heavy emphasis on shotguns, ARs, and snipers, and the R99. That thing has seriously been a top gun forever. Now, jumping to the ALGS North American Summer Circuit of 2020, the most successful teams up until this point had still been running Wraith, Pathfinder, and Watson, but that was about to change. This was the event that killed the meta with Pathfinder. Pathfinder's movement had been nuked to the ground, and his hitbox was absolutely huge, so his only existence was comp was the beacon information. As soon as that got put onto other characters, where you see here Bloodhound Crypto could now use survey beacons to get the next ring location, like he was kind of like useless for comp. He was a liability to his team. For the Summer Circuit playoffs, we saw a heavy usage of Crypto. Teams were still focused on a hard zone mindset, and Crypto could scan beacons from a distance and get a lot of information about player location from the safety of a building. But one team in the lobby was absolutely dominating the competition, and that was Complexity. Complexity is the team that was the forefront of also killing this meta. And there was 4 teams running Bloodhound, but they're the only team running Wraith, Gibby, Bloodhound, right? So we enter the Gibby Bloodhound meta. On release, these were some of the weakest characters in the game, but through a series of buffs, Gibby became the best support character. Fast revives and mobile cover allowed for quick resets and being able to close open gaps of space when rotating. Bloodhound's scan had been improved, and their ult gave them their scan back every 6 seconds for near constant wall hacks. This provided a huge information advantage in 3v3 fights. Complexity's early mastery of this comp had everyone viewing them as the best team in the world. Instead of playing for placement points, they dominated everyone by focusing on kills. They popularized what is known as the edge playstyle. When they got zone information, instead of rotating towards zone, they actually ran away from it to hunt down teams late rotating and forcing fights with them. Their aggressive composition against defensive ones comprising of Watson gave them a huge comp difference and won them 3v3 fights with ease. Listen to their comms here as they debate about pushing teams outside the zone rather than moving towards endgame.
We have 34 seconds. We can pressure trailer team. Tunnel, 303 is probably gonna come through tunnel actually.
Nah, we do have the head peek like on these
I think
pills
we
as
have to go.
well.
I think we have to go south. That's what I was
We have to
thinking.
go south too. Like we go here and then we like look south and we start clearing space.
Here,
We can't
I'm
let
scanning
anybody
it.
walk up on us without getting punished.
Everything right. Team here. Team
Right
here.
here, yeah.
Crack. Destroyed.
A cracked one.
Yep. I'm looking for an angle.
Cracked. Wraith. I'm getting shot in the back. Charge rifle. Care.
Yeah.
Just chill.
Just come back. There's 2 teams behind us. We gotta focus our northeast. They're gonna
Wait,
get.
no, there's 3 teams. There's 3 teams.
One. We have to focus our
Yeah,
northeast.
yeah, I see where Ref's looking. Those are free kills. Those are free
These are
kills.
free kills. I'm coming up to this box.
Yep.
Just remember, you guys aren't in zone. I'm moving up to the rock right here.
Good. Got one. Got prod.
Nice. Look here.
He's down there. He's down there. If you can get the pull.
Yep.
Actually, he's just out of zone. He's just out of zone. Just go. We gotta get in. We should
Guys
get
are
in, boys.
reforming back.
Be careful of
I'm still
ourselves.
in.
I'm still here.
It took some time for everyone to buy in, but 3 months after Complexity won the Autumn Circuit playoffs at the Winter Circuit in March of 2021, every team in the finals was running Gibby, Bloodhound, and either Wraith or Octane. Octane, Wraith, this isn't a big meta change. Essentially, like a lot of people in NA Champs started playing Octane instead of Wraith because his jump pad was buffed and gave the ability to rotate a little bit easier than the Wraith portal did at the time. It gave a lot more speed. Also gave the ability to int teams. By int, I mean like by aggressively push a team. So if you got a crack or big damage, you would drop a pad and you jump on them. That's what just came with the Edge playstyle. You can look at the top of the map here. You see we have some teams in zone, but a lot of them are still outside of zone, still rotating in. This is not something that you would have seen at Poland whatsoever. At the same time, this comp couldn't lock down position in a building as good as that Watson composition did. So you kind of always want to be moving, because if you took a spot too early sometimes, it would give the potential that a team was going to send it on you and take you out and kill you. But yeah, so a lot of teams like just went hard edge. It was like a complete overcorrection. Like teams definitely still focused on zone priority because it's the only way you could live in a BR, but teams were dying a lot faster. And this was partly due to World's Edge becoming the only competitive map. It was much bigger than King's Canyon. Getting to that ring first was much harder for teams landing towards the perimeter of the map. Because of Gibraltar, mouse and keyboard was still the preferred input. The use of Gibby's bubble was like a chess match, trying to bait out which Gib would drop their bubble first. Because bubble fights required a lot of poking and strafing in and out of bubbles, shotguns were the dominant guns, providing large burst damage in a short amount of time. At the Year 1 NA Championship, Gibraltar, Bloodhound, and Octane was still used by the best performing teams, but the winners of the event were running something different. Kungurna, who later became 100 Thieves, won match point using a combination of Gibby, Caustic, and Valkyrie. Valk was released in Season 9 and was the first new character to break into the comp meta since Season 3. Many players didn't immediately see her value in fear of being shot down during her ult or bugs that could cost you a game. The ability to practice and scrim at this time was also not widely available, and teams didn't want to waste valuable points during a tournament on an unproven composition. As such, a character that was as strong as Valk flew under the radar for quite some time. Teams like ESA with Verhulst showed the strength of Valk's ultimate as a free rotate, a tactical that did damage and stunned, and movement that made her a top tier fragger. And most important of all, the ability to scan beacons. This enters us into the Gibby Valk Caustic era, which was popularized by these three guys right here. Actually, not Kungurna, who won. It was Optic Gaming with Skittles, Duplex, and Noct. And that's because after the Year 1 champs in the Split 1 regular season of Pro League, Gibby Caustic Valk actually didn't get run that often. The meta was kind of all over the place. Nothing that really stuck. It was things were developing. So it took to the Split 2 regular season. For starters, Split 2 is the first time Stormpoint had been introduced into the competitive rotation. Again, a map made even larger, being 15% bigger than World's Edge, the previous biggest map in Apex. Its open terrain, water areas, and variation in elevation made it tough for zone teams. This solidified Valk to be meta. If a zone pulled far from your drop, you may be required to play edge, and Valk provided the opportunity for insane rotates we've never seen before. Gib was sticking around for the same reasons as before, and you may be asking why Caustic. He's got a massive hitbox, no mobility, and you're losing Bloodhound scans. Well, this comp to me is the early stages of a hybrid meta that we see today in Apex. Hybrid is when teams can play zone or edge on the fly based off where the zone pulls. Caustic had his gas damage buffed, and now teammates could walk through it without being slow. He was the best defensive legend in the game since Watson had been nerfed, and it was before Rampart received needed buffs. Plus, he had an aggressive ult, and it countered Gibby, as a common strategy would be to throw gas inside bubbles and force a team out. And the best way to counter a Caustic holding down a building was to use another Caustic, so teams felt required to use him. So this comp gave the ability to play on edge with Gibby Valk, and the best ability to secure locations with Caustic. Now, don't get me wrong, I actually think that this composition leaned more to the zone playstyle, and I don't think it was very good. I think it's talked about a lot because of Optic doing so well at the Split 2 playoffs, same with Reignite and Dark Zero who won with it. Also, at the Year 2 championship, almost every team was running this composition except one team, who brought us the Seer Horizon Valk meta, and that's Furia. History was repeating itself as Furia's use of an aggressive comp with Seer Horizon Valk picked apart all the holes of Gib Caustic, the same way that Gibraltar Bloodhound Wraith did to Pathfinder and Watson. Seer also somehow flew under the radar. On release, he was probably the most broken character to exist, and people thought after a few nerfs that he was weak, because, well, compared to his release state, He kind of was. But in reality, with this long list of abilities, he was still pretty broken. And he scanned beacons. Horizon was also the best fragging character. She was hard to kill with her gravity lift, and her ultimate provides so much power to a fight. Combine that with a few arc stars, and it was often a clean wipe. So with Furia being the only team to run this composition, they had so much firepower and were able to exploit the weaknesses of Gibraltar Caustic, such as their large hitboxes, lack of movement, and, well, lack of wall hacks. Not to mention a simple gravity lift counters both their ults. Now, Furia didn't win champs, but they had the most points by far, the most kills, and were the first team to match point. And so despite a caustic gibby Valk team winning, everyone knew that a change to the character meta was coming again. For almost the entirety of Year 3 Pro League, these characters were a part of the meta in some way. At the very least, you'd see 2 out of 3 on almost every team. The rise of controller players was also a major factor. Many players discovered the strength of the linear response curve, and they began to acknowledge that aim assist really did provide an advantage in close range fights. This created a strong SMG meta. Even after a few nerfs, they're still by far the strongest and most used weapons. But perhaps the biggest thing that developed in Year 3 is the importance of the coaching role. Coaches had been in Apex for a while, but they weren't used by most teams. TSM has repeatedly talked about their lack of macro. Macro is like your overall game plan. What comp you run, what's your drop spot, how you rotate specific zones, and so on. Raven stepped in and solved a lot of these problems, allowing Hal as the IGL to focus a lot more on what actually happens during the game. Coaches also helped in being able to study the macro of other teams. So Apex has vastly succeeded being a game based on who has the best mechanics in the game. Everything you do outside the game in terms of studying, VOD reviewing is just as, if not more important. This also meant that when new legends were dropped, teams would be more prepared to test things out because you had coaches who would be trying to find what the best advantages of each character. And in the past, as I mentioned, the way metas formed is you would just see whoever won a tournament or did the best and then follow suit. Like there was a kind of joke back then in early years of Apex that whatever TSM was doing, everyone would do. So now you have people who are really focusing on a lot of that outside of the game and doing testing in scrims and in practice ahead of time, could go into the big tournaments, the big pro league days, with the best game plan possible. And this enters us into the hybrid era with the introduction of Catalyst. Catalyst, in my opinion, is the best hybrid character we've ever seen. She has strong capability to lock down buildings and area. On Edge, her ult makes rotating very easy. It's mobile cover like Gibby, but does way more for gaining and creating space, especially in end zones. And most importantly, she is in the controller class. In Season 16, Apex introduced a new class system, and the old recon characters now scan a beacon that gives player location. The characters in the new controller class are the ones which can scan a ring console and get zone information. Combine that with legends like Horizon and Bangalore, who are amazing for fighting, and you have a flexible team that can play from anywhere. Every team's game plan nowadays revolves around flexibility and being able to play edge or zone at any point of the game. If you look back at everything I've discussed, Apex has been building to this point over 5 years, as every time the meta swings too far to one side of zone or edge, a new comp comes in that takes advantages of its weaknesses. For example, at the Split 2 playoffs, where Energy was running Rampart, their comp leaned too far to a zone playstyle, and times where they were caught on edge, Rampart became a liability for rotating in. Now, a few notable changes happened between the end of the Year 3 regular season and the Year 3 championship. First, evac towers and nerfs to Valk's thrusters and ult removed her need in the meta, so the dominant picks for the Split 2 playoffs were Catalyst, Seer, and either Horizon or Bangalore. When the Split 2 playoffs concluded, Seer, after almost a year of being a 90% pick rate, was nerfed out of the meta. We saw him a couple times in the group stages of champs, but no more than that. Bangalore became the most picked legend to counter controller players, as her smokes disable aim assist, so digi threats became more important, and thus SMGs are still picked most often. And so the most picked and the winning composition at the Year 3 championship was Bangalore Catalyst Horizon, but it was the most diverse tournament we have seen in terms of character composition. So what would happen if you sent a team back in time 5 years? And after everything we went through, I hope it's clear what would happen. With all the available knowledge of the game today, even the Tier 2 teams of Apex are good enough that they could run the lobby at Poland. That's not to diss the previous teams or call them bad. They were still miles ahead of everyone else at the time. These are the players that built everything we see today, and why many of them that still compete are at the top of the game. This trident was possibly the deciding factor that cost Optic $500,000 in the APEX Year 3 championship. How, you may ask? Well, it's Championship Sunday, and Optic is putting up one of the best finals performances we've ever seen, winning 2 of the first 3 games.
First team to pass that match point threshold. If they win this next game, it is all over.
But Energy had something to do about that. First, I have to give you a brief breakdown of how the early game in Apex works. A team's strategy is built around repetition and patterns. They have the same drop spots each game, each player has specific looting paths, and they have similar rotations depending on where the circle goes on the map. And it's very important for teams to be aware of each other's patterns.
Well, at least every NA team in this lobby should know where they play.
Dark Zero is known as one of the most successful teams in Apex, and on Storm Point, they land at Mill, a POI known as one of the strongest on this map because of its high tier loot quality and map position for rotations. It also has access to this trident, which Dark Zero grabs at the beginning of each game to move as quick as possible to zone. However, in an unsuspected turn of events, Dark Zero didn't qualify for finals, and as such, Mill was free for the taking. Kansas City Pioneers and Dreamfire saw this as an opportunity to claim the POI and give themselves a better shot of winning everything. So they found themselves in a contest to fight for the spot, and surrounding teams found ways to take advantage of this. Specifically Energy, who drops at checkpoint, the POI right next to Mill. In game 3, we see them ping and talk about taking the Mill trident, since the 2 teams there would be preoccupied in a contest.
We have balloon rotates, we easily get storm point points. Nothing would kill the vibe more here than you guys having to play duo.
Now in this game, they opt to leave it because the dropship path was suboptimal. In game 4 though, the dropship was flying right over the trident.
Do I go for the car?
It's up to you.
Me? Go for it.
So Sweet decides to jump for it.
I'm actually like a little sketched on how Optic just landed. We have his zone. Oh my gosh.
Now Optic land at Downed Beast, and the lobby is absolutely shocked when they see the zone pull to North Pad.
And for Optic Gaming, oh, they have fantastic priority to this zone.
Downed Beast has beacon. Wait, Optic wins this. Wait, Optic won.
Oh my god, what? It is!
Wait, Optic wins.
Oh my god, that's just north side zone.
Yeah, no patch.
That's actually scripted for Optic though.
Hard north pad, bro. Hard north pad. Oh my god.
That's bad.
This Optic can win.
That's a good job for them.
They have beacon too. Alright, well, if they win, we need to just get as many points as possible this game. Are we gonna? Wow. Alright, let's get some points so we can get like second. Help Optic win, I can't lie.
Yeah,
it's a play.
Close zone north pad. Go boys. We're looting fast as fuck. Do not fucking craft or anything.
They have high priority to the best spots to win the game, and specifically they want to hold this dock as it's a spot they've played many times and won from in this type of zone.
Like in towards the rock, we just take the back finger and we win the fucking tournament.
Energy knows this.
Okay, we want to be literally out here in the water. Yeah, behind us. Like, we might need to actually like evac from the like over here. But down beast, dude, Optic might go there with no loot and win that whole land. So we might need to go there with nothing and just win the game.
And Optic recognizes they stole the mill car.
I'm pretty sure NRG took the mill car.
So it becomes a race to the god spot.
Okay, well let's get ready to get out here soon. Like really soon. I want to get that spot.
Yeah, Optic might try to race us for the spot out there.
Okay. Drive us around north, like through the north fucking choke right here.
Do you think the car might just be faster with like one boost?
Looking out towards the finger, I don't see shit.
That's the north pad car.
They're out here in the car, out here in the car.
Off the east side very quickly. Now, NRG Optic, they're all racing. There's a race going down.
Are they fighting for us?
They're in front of us somewhat. Getting out. I don't know.
Go to the fucking go to the rock.
And Energy wins the race. Sweet almost called for an evac tower jump at this ping, so I hopped in game to see which was faster, and while it's not a perfect one-to-one without teammates, they surely would have been slower. So their timing and decision making had little room for error, and they played it perfect.
Fucking L game to get the car.
I'm 6-1.
Actually, no, we wouldn't have had it without the car.
Now Optic has to take time to think of what they want to hold and decide to rotate underground and start off by holding the center dock. Considering no one knows Optic is here, this spot is not that bad. However, they are at a higher risk of being pinched from the left and right docks and the catwalk on height. Soon Optic will rotate into the red room, but they won't be able to get visual information about what other teams are doing, and rotating out of the room becomes harder. The left leg for Energy is stronger as the surrounding open terrain makes it difficult to push. You can see everything happening in the game, and it makes rotating to zone pulls much easier. With 18 other teams in the lobby though, there's a lot that can still happen. Dojo, who lands at North Pad, take the catwalk for high ground. TSM from wall are also able to rotate quick and take the far right dock. And the rest of the lobby starts to rotate their way into zone.
I'm coming out to your side. The car. Oh, the car's stolen.
Evac, don't get seen, don't get. Oh, no, run at them. We can take their evac, run at them. Run at them.
Okay, we get to here and then we look to go from there, okay?
Okay.
We can hit somebody else's evac, we do that.
With little loot, Optic and Energy are forced to play safe and carefully choose their opportunities to poke for Evo damage and level up their shields.
I just got a bat and cells, so low-key kind of worth, and more arc source.
But also being the only team on match point, Optic wants to play small, not push for too many kills, and blend in so that teams can't find them out.
But everyone else in the lobby is going to be keeping a keen eye on that kill feed, hoping that Optic Gaming fall, because otherwise you might find yourself in a 3v3, 2 teams remaining, and you are the only team that can keep this thing alive.
And since Energy knows they have the best spot, they have to do the same, feeling responsible to keep the tournament going.
If we didn't do this, we just made this play for the future of the tournament, by the way. I'm pretty sure Optic would have won for free back here if we didn't just do this, so.
Bro, NRG only beats us because they fucking stole the
Let's make sure we win for free. Take advantage of our native zone.
Should you take... Bro, this might be good though, bro. People might think we're the team on the left leg.
Yes. It's also paying her as a cat.
Yeah.
So for majority of the game, these two teams just sit and wait, which is very different from what most other teams are experiencing.
I'm going. Oh my god.
Zones like this are quite difficult for outer teams to win. The distance some teams have to cover is quite vast, and options for rotating in are becoming limited by the second. The focus for these teams will be kill points rather than winning the game. Add in the flat terrain and the narrow trenches of North Pad, this will soon result in chaos. As Optic expected, Dojo assumed Energy was Optic due to their patterns in past games and not expecting Energy would have a car.
Optic plenty better than I think.
And TSM were about to make the same conclusion.
Optic should play down a dog. Like, we might have to int them, okay? So we can keep playing.
Until Verhulst noticed this.
Crack bang. It's an MK Bangler player, bro. It could definitely be Optic.
Going to it, bro.
They're running. Where are they going? They're going to red room. They just left middle dock, went to red room. There's a team on the far dock already too, so it's 2 teams over there.
No.
I'm popping Optic so.
This is one shot to...
Okay. And it was 2 MK players. It was a Horizon Bang MK team. Okay. In the red room. That could definitely be Optic.
So they are aware that the red room team could also be Optic. A few teams are eliminated going into zone 2.
Nice. White armor. On your left. One is healing. Les bajé a uno, no puedo lento y I need a rest, Yeah, nice.
Back with the Dojo, they are still fixated on Energy, thinking that they are Optic.
Fuck, low-key, we should just fucking ape their shit.
That guy literally is getting smoked off cooldown by not us, and he is just pre-firing me on the setting.
I'm saying we should have just killed Optic. Make him over in the car. You knew they were gonna come?
Yeah, we're gonna go. Yep. And look at this. This ain't even in back here. That is what we call primo.
Yeah, zone shift for Chom.
Alright, well, be safe. Right? Pulse right on Optic. This game could finish out in 4 games.
No, we know that. We just briefed them. We throw literally everything at them.
And finally, with 17 squads left, Zone 4 pushes everyone to fight.
But now gets spotted. Up into the skies, but does not survive. Dreamfire eliminated. They'll have to wait for match number 5 if it even comes. As MDY White now.
As I say, comes the third party, and who is it? It's Pioneers who are moving in.
I doing?
Oxygen and Alliance also scrapping at the same time as Oxygen have been able to get the opening here. Now, headlock from the back pocket, 2 teammates still alive, and we will see Alliance fall. 13 squads left, and Oxygen, it was the perfectly timed
I'm not wasting any ammo on non-guaranteed damage.
2 back from the south.
No one mind flying. I'm playing red room.
Yeah.
You're alone right now?
Yeah, I'm not
Team flying south, team flying south.
0. They went up above me.
They're in red room, they're in red room.
How many of you want to that?
As they arrive are going to be taking a lot of damage, but on the other side, Imperial Howl has just fallen as well. It's TSM taking this fight alongside FACEIT.
And while all these fights are going down, this is great news for Optic, the team who's on match point, but here comes TSM. FaZe eliminated Thurhost, will stand strong. Oxygen also fall in the meantime.
And in under 2 minutes, we are down to 10 teams left. As they expected, through all the carnage, Energy and Optic have been the only ones safe.
Teams are not going to have any idea who we are, so just don't worry about getting entered.
And the zone continues to pull to the back left dock. So Optic try to move to the center dock, but then almost get eliminated.
We can take this.
Yeah, I'm coming.
We have all this. Yeah. We can angle him out here. Blue on one. They took it. Red room. They have double blue.
Actually, no, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad because the team on height is going to drop down and take this. We have to go back to our red room.
All right.
I'm bangle thing. I'm nading as well. They got 8. Somebody punch.
Yeah, right now for me. Drop the absolute carnage. Drop just got ripped out of the sky, and it's the dojo now who have fallen off of that main building, that ultimate high ground.
But they managed to get back to Red Room, and with Energy are the only 2 teams safe as this 5th circle closes. Instead, the rest of the teams are in full panic, doing whatever they can to get as much kill points and placement points as possible.
Zone is burning, it is singeing. And it's back though, but a few KP here certainly would help. Can't quite connect. The Interforce 36 fall. Pulverex fall.
We're doing this. Right side. Listen one.
Optic Gaming going for the third party. This is not good for the lobby. This is really bad. Optic Gaming finds a way to survive here. There's 5 teams left. It's gonna end.
Yes, I'm eliminated. Optic, if they win this, it's all over. Dojo eliminated.
Optic still alive. NRG still alive. 3 squads remain. It's Ascend. It's NRG.
No way. There's 3 squads left. The Dojo eliminated. Blackhand eliminated. It's up to Energy. Can Energy win this? And in the blink of a moment, it's top 2. The way this game started, it was now going to end in a 3v3 fight. Optic versus NRG.
Everyone in the arena has just become an NRG fan as they want this tournament to continue.
Get to my height now.
Get in your height.
I'm starting with you, sweet.
I have a wall.
Oh, I'm swapping.
Coming up. I have height. Rise in here.
I'm back up.
Energy on the swing, they have the ultimate height. This is bad for Optic. This is very bad for Optic. Knock gets the knock on his sweep. Do we do?
They're behind the wall. Okay,
Skittles gotta go nuclear.
Dropped on 1 HP. Energy! They fucking win it!
Oh my god.
NRG!
Dropped. Tries to move in to clean up the pieces. Optic will fall. NRG clutch. And Optic Gaming, who are on the precipice of becoming your champions, will have to wait a little longer. NRG with the clutchest 2v3 you will ever see.
Energy keeps the tournament going and causes the biggest upset in Apex history, and it was all because of this trident. Some people may think Optic choked the final fight, but Energy's position provided several advantages, with high ground, head glitches, and angles to see Optic first. Also, remember, both teams had little loot going into the endgame, and the death boxes near Optic all landed outside the zone, so Energy was able to loot up more, and Nathan picked up a DG threat Prowler. He could sit in this smoke and stop Optic from ever climbing on height, so it may have been a 3v3, but it was never a fair fight. What if Optic won the race? Well, despite Dojo and TSM thinking Optic could be on the left dock, neither team did much to push them and take them out. I'm assuming both teams were never confident where Optic was and focused on trying to win to keep the tournament going. Optic's chances of getting to late game would have been very high, unless Energy griefed them. Losing that race would still give Energy 100% certainty of Optic's position, and we'd hopefully expect Sweet to call a play to continue the tournament just as he did early on. But we're looking with hindsight. We'll never know if winning the race wins them the game, but we do know that losing the race and Energy stealing this trident lost them $500,000.
We're going to show you a selection of emojis that either describes a player's personality or their name.
Okay.
They start off easy and get progressively harder, with an extremely challenging one at the end.
I'm going to let you know I'm probably going to get half of them wrong for sure.
Okay, lollipop, sleep. Wait. Yeah, you see, you said I was going to be good at this. I'm telling you, I'm not. I'm about to flunk this.
Ooh.
I don't get it. I have no idea. Candy, sleep, Z. How much time do I have to think?
What is going on here?
People guess this?
North American M&K player.
North American M&K player. Great. This is great.
All right, I'm off to a terrible start. Damn, this is supposed to be the easy one. Dude, team, I guess? Oh, yeah, I got nothing. Oh, wait, sweet.
So, Sweet Dreams?
Dropped?
Sweet Dreams.
Vaxlon?
Sweet Dreams. Sweet Dreams.
Sweet Dreams. It's an LG. Oh, sweet.
Oh, Sweet Dreams. Luminosity? I mean, there's only... Oh, God, that makes total sense. Slayer. What?
Sweet Dreams.
Sweet. Yeah, that makes sense.
Dude, I'm probably gonna get the lowest score here, dude. This next one's not even looking good either. Crown and then mad.
Angry emoji. Royal.
It's like I should know this.
Crown, royalty, king.
King and mad. Is it me?
Wait, how?
Imperial Hal.
How?
That's not Hal, is it?
PSM. I mean, Hal?
It's Hal. He's f***ing up baby.
Surely it's not Hal. I'm gonna have to say Imperial Hal.
Telephone and happy.
Landline. Old? Old? No, not old. Telephone and I don't know what this emoji. Blushing.
God, there's so many players.
I need a hint.
Okay, again, North American controller player.
Oh, there's too many of them.
I'm gonna need another hint.
Space Station Gaming.
Space Station Gaming. Oh, phony head?
Phony?
Phone. Oh, God. And it's a head. Phony head. Yeah. Okay, great. Phony head?
Phony head?
Oh, phony head.
Phony?
So phone or telephone?
Phony. I had it.
I saw this and I was like, I thought phony.
You think I'm so much smarter than I actually am. Holy moly. Like, yeah, I can call zones. I don't know what any of this means.
Someone's super buff.
Okay, it's either Kimchi or Waltzy. Has to be. It's Kimchi. I'm gonna go Kimchi. Is it Kimchi?
Waltzy.
That's not Waltzy?
I mean, this could be me. I don't know who this is though. Who else lifts?
Clue.
And A, M&K.
Oh, reps.
And then reps? Reps.
Reps. Those are the easy. Oh, man.
I'm gonna be so bad at this one. Thunderstorm, rain, and tornado.
Got like a story going on here. I feel like this is just not an A.
No, I've got nothing for this one.
First please, North America.
Oh, it's in North America. Okay.
This is from NA. I'm just thinking of every North American team now. Is this one obvious? Like, am I just dumb?
I feel like I'm on like the National Treasure movie right now, trying to figure out clues.
Have another hint. Monsoon.
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 Oh, Monsoon.
That's the team I was forgetting. So it's Monsoon.
Oh, yeah, okay. Monsoon.
Mon.
Oh, Monsoon.
Monsoon.
Oh, shit. It's, is this Monsoon? Is this me?
Yeah, it's you.
Is this me?
It is, yeah.
We got a dog and a pregnant lady. Wait, these are actually pretty hard. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Dog baby. I'm like, I don't know what that is.
Is that a pregnant lady? Okay. What did you guys? I saw you guys are like, no, I'm gonna throw. You guys played this off to be so much easier than what it is.
Dog pregnant lady. Oh god.
Damn. A hint? Oh, not dogma.
Gonna need another hint. Oh, dogma.
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 Oh, duh. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, a smiling emoji and some lips.
Crying, laughing, kissy face. Who kisses people?
So this one could go either two ways. Some people say that's laughing, some people say that's crying. I say laughing.
Happy lips. Whenever I type this emoji, it's always joy. So like, I keep thinking joy, but I'm like, it's not joy.
I don't know who's just always laughing.
Dude, this is a lot harder than I thought.
What region?
EMEA.
Oh, there's no way. I don't know any of them.
I'm just literally thinking of every M&K EMEA player I know. No, I've got nothing.
I need to hit on this one. Alliance. Oh, Hackers.
Oh, Hawkes.
Hawkes. Oh, okay. Yeah, Hawkes.
Oh, Hackers.
Hawkes. Cause he's laughing.
Hackies. You guys are rats for that one, dude. That's a stretch.
Melting eyes. Eyes melting.
See, I don't even know what this emoji means.
Melt and eyes?
Yeah, I'm gonna need the region, so there's no way I can guess this alone.
This is APAC North. Yeah, I think I'm shocked. I don't know.
You guys are gonna make me laugh, dude. Come on. Let me think, dude. I need focus. Comms, please.
Is it Malstera?
Melting. Okay. Meltstera.
Meltstera? Oh, Meltstera. Meltstera, okay. Yeah.
Meltstera.
I think I gotta give up on this one. It's pretty sad of me.
Meltstera? That's my guy. I got his jersey.
I don't know anyone in the Apex scene that knows how to dance.
Is it just dancing or is it something else? What the is this? Salsa?
A dancing lady. Hint? Now in an A. What? Now in an A? Yeah, but there's only... I'm one of... That's not Jen.
Tango. Dancing.
Who dances a lot? Nasky.
No.
So it's Zapdo? I was like, that sounds like some sort of dance somewhere.
I feel like I'm really stupid right now.
What am I missing here?
Wait, what? Is it dance based off one of our names?
Oh my god, it's... Oh my god, that's... Salsa, waltzy. Waltzy?
Oh, waltzy.
Waltzy.
Oh, waltzy.
Waltzy.
Waltzy's a type of dance?
That's not the waltz.
Oh, waltzy. Yeah, the waltz. Yeah.
This is who? How is this me? What? What? Dude.
It's waltz.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, because my name has nothing to do with that. That's why I was like, what?
Sick and ski.
Puking, skiing.
Throw up. Ski.
Throwing up emoji. Skiing.
Green ski.
We got barfing and skiing.
Vomit ski.
Alright, I need a clue.
Sick ski. Wait, I feel like I had it and then I've lost it.
Okay, sick and skiing. I feel like I just had it like a name in my head, but I just lost it.
I don't know.
07.
07. Right, Nasky.
Nasky.
Nasky, yeah. Nasky.
Nasky.
Nasky?
Oh, Nasky, yeah.
Nasky?
It's Nasky, of course. It's Nasky. He's sick, nasty, skiing. That was good.
That one's a hard one. Yeah. That one belongs in the hard section.
Nasky. I got beef for y'all.
This give me like the NRG on top vibes, you know what I mean?
M&K, keys, arrows, directions. An IGL. He gets heated.
Oh, this one's too easy. This one's strafing flame.
You see the one cog in my head going? It's like one name per 20 seconds, I swear. Strafing flame.
Strafing flame. Oh,
Strafing flame.
This is like strafing flame.
Oh, striking flame?
Is that left, right, fire? Strafing flame.
I'm not gonna get it, I'm afraid.
Oh, strafing flame.
Strafing flame.
Oh god, that makes so much sense. He's going left and right and this flame. Strafing flame, of course.
Yawn, tired. Yanya? Yanya.
He's tired. All the time. All the time he's tired. Yawning. Yanya.
Wait, is that dude sleeping from SA?
Yeah, team. One-ton doubling. Oh, I don't know who that... Oh no, this is bad.
So honestly, it's Jover.
One-ton, I actually don't know. I don't know any players from one-ton.
I don't even know which one's the controller player. It's not Jackie Chan, Gugu. Like I don't even remember the third guy. It's not Gugu. That's the only one I know because Kimchi talks about him. I can't lie.
Is there some player out there named Board that I'm not familiar with? Boring?
Boring?
That makes sense. That's definitely a boring phase. Yeah.
Boring, dude. That's a bad one for me to not know.
A microphone, audio, and sun.
Okay, the singing and then the sun.
Nicolas Cage couldn't even figure these out, dude.
Singing is like karaoke sun. I don't even know where to begin with this. Like, I don't even know if I'm getting it right with the sun.
I have a few guesses, but yeah, what region? APAC North. All my guesses were not APAC.
I'm gonna need another hint.
Okay, reject.
I mean, if I feel like if you tell me the team is, I'll get it. Oh, what?
Is there only one MNK player on that team? I don't even know.
There's just no APAC North teams in my head right now.
Reject. Is it Sanjun?
Sangjun? Oh, Sangjun.
Oh my god. I just lost to them a few days ago.
The only one that would make sense is like Sang something. Sangjun.
I'm not gonna get this one. Yeah, that one's like a stretch, but I feel like I should have got that one.
That one's pretty hard for us Australians because summer starts in December.
That makes so much sense.
Not bad for a washed up fake dev.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
All right, everybody, I hope you enjoyed that little trivia game because we are back with our Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs live in our Galen Center here in LA. And it is almost time for us to send 10 more teams home, and 10 of those teams continuing on in the competition to our match point finals. And we have so many names in this elimination round 2, the likes of TSM, Complexity, and LG, who snuck in by just 1 point at the beginning of the day, which means this is going to be an insane way to close everything out here on Saturday. I cannot wait to see how it all unfolds. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion. We've got the boys back up on the desk here, Zephyr, Graceful, and Hotsick. First of all, I think I might have schooled you guys in that emoji game.
You were popping off pretty hard, but that was hard.
That was actually one of the most fun things.
That was great. We need more of those because we had way too much fun with that on the desk. I want to know how everybody else did at home. Shaheen, shout out. He did pretty well, okay?
Yeah, he was farming.
Not too shabby. Let's talk about getting into this series. Give me your thoughts on what we can expect now, Zephyr. This is going to be a big one.
I like that. It's a massive one. When we talk about what's available and at stake here, of course, we're talking about match point finals, but more importantly, this is probably the most stacked Elim round 2 we have ever seen. When we talk about teams like TSM coming in with their storyline, and of course, Alliance as well, and so many other faces, this might be the first time that we could potentially be seeing a winner of match point finals coming out of Elim 2.
It's going to be so incredible. I hope everybody is settled in and ready to get into all this action. Before we do, we'll take a quick look back at what happened in our winners bracket because that was crazy as well, Graceful. We watched with just how close that 10th place bubble was right at the end. 07 are able to sneak in, but starting things off, it was DZ technically 4 times back-to-back to start off the day.
Yeah, they have been dominating, honestly, this whole time, and I can't see them stopping anytime soon. However, speaking on the opposite side of things, like you said, 07 is what I like to say, slip in on a banana peel. They barely made it in right there on their knees, just barely made it in straight through the door. And I'm happy to see that because, you know, I'm EU, I'm repping EU. I want to see more EU up there, as well as other regions, and we saw some other regions pop off as well.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest story there is APAC is finally, I mean, I think everybody knows how talented APAC is, but they've historically underperformed at LAN, I would say. For them to come out in one of the hardest lobbies, if not maybe even harder than finals, for them to come out, Fnatic and Reject, Fnatic stomped. I mean, they had almost, I think they had 1 more kill than placement points, and I mean, that is such an impressive feat in such a difficult lobby. And then Reject as well, continue to do what they're doing best. And it's nice to see a lot of smaller teams that we haven't seen much of, like 2R1C as well, coming up big.
Yeah, I mean, the hype in the winners bracket cannot be understated. And like you're saying, Fnatic, absolutely unstoppable. And we mentioned it at the end of the last series. We'll reiterate it right now. Because of that incredible performance on behalf of Fnatic, that means heading into match point finals, they are starting with 10 additional starting points. 07, at least getting 1 there. I mean, it was a crazy winners bracket. And this is sure to be exciting as well. We'll take a look at which teams are participating right now and just give you a quick refresher on who's going to be here. Zephyr, I know you mentioned quite a few teams. Talk to me a little bit about them.
Yeah, we talk about this morning, some of these teams that did slide in kind of on their last breath here. Notably, of course, we'll talk about a few more, but the big ones for me, especially this morning, Geared Gaming. This is a threat that got the chance to pop off in South America, or now has come here and is the sole remaining fixture for this region. And if they manage to elevate themselves in the same way that we came out of at least Elim 1, this could be an actual legitimate threat on their way to finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have so many things to talk about here. There's, we haven't been able to get an updated graphic or anything, but there are a lot of contests. That's the big name of the game right now. On World's Edge, or sorry, Stormpoint, we have Maiden Heaven and Keenatrope and Mill, and then we have TSM and Red Ram and Lightning Rod, as we know that was going to happen. But TSM is double contested. They also have Wonton Dumpling over on World's Edge, as well as SSG with Red Ram. So there's a potential for a really big upset. Obviously, if TSM go out, I mean, that's going to be unheard of. I mean, they've never done that. But one of these big names, I'm sure at least, is probably going to go out. So this is going to be a crazy loser bracket final.
Yeah, I mean, exactly as you've been saying, people are still figuring things out, and I think what we saw in the previous round is exactly what I've been talking about this whole tournament. A clash of playstyles. When you have too many people playing the same style, you're going to be running into people. Aurora and Alliance, 07 was in there as well with them. And now you have, you know, people playing zone. You have people being contested on 2 maps even, which is even more scary. And you have to adapt.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super exciting. But of course, one of the Cinderella stories of our LAN here so far has actually been Geared Gaming. They were able to get that first place in our elimination bracket to kick off the day, and we see them here as one of our participating teams as well, where we're actually able to catch up with them a little bit earlier, and Stella had an opportunity to chat. So let's see what they had to say.
What's up, everyone? Stella Chung here with the team Geared Gaming. They won first place in the elimination bracket earlier today, and I want to talk to the coach and the players, of course, of how you're feeling, especially since you came up from Challengers.
So, quer saber como você está se sentindo, principalmente vindo do Challenger?
Estamos confortáveis, estamos tentando reproduzir o que a gente já faz no SA e apenas adaptando as equipes aqui da LAN, que possuem nível um pouco maior, mas estamos bem.
So mostly SA is very strong, so they're feeling very comfortable. They're just adapting for like the strengths from the team that are in the map right now.
Yeah, I was going to ask, so since you did come from South America's finals, how do you players feel going up against everyone from EU, North America, APAC?
So, eu estou perguntando sobre como vocês estão se sentindo, já que vocês vieram desse A, jogando contra os times da Europa, dos Estados Unidos e da Ásia.
Para nós é pouco mais difícil, claro, porque essas outras regiões possuem uma estrutura maior que a nossa, mas ainda assim a gente vem de um continente que as equipes são muito boas, muito agressivas, que respiram o jogo, então apenas precisamos adaptar melhor as coisas que acontecem aqui, que não acontecem lá, mas é isso, está bem.
So, of course, it's a little bit different. Europe, Asia, they have more structure than us in Brazil. But it's a strong region. We have a lot of teams that breed Apex, so they are just playing their own game and trying to adapt with the situations that are some teams are a little bit less aggressive or more aggressive.
Yeah,
I think Geared Gaming have done a really good job of illustrating just how strong that South American region is. They've had a very, very phenomenal performance here so far, and like we said, now here in our Elimination 2 with the possibility of making their way through to match point finals, which would be new, if I'm not mistaken, for South America.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we haven't seen too much of the region, sadly. I mean, I would love to see the entire world represented, so huge shout out to them making a massive run in the very first. That's usually like that's a really good way to start your day, and they're probably feeling pretty good going into this.
All right, well, let's start talking about some of these teams that you guys wanted to kind of focus down a little bit on. Hotsec, I want to start with you, and I love your choice because Alliance just barely missed out in that winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, these guys came with blood today, this entire tournament. I mean, they're setting the record for, what was it, 24 kills. Unlucky was just a massive, massive boon to this squad. And obviously, I mean, winner's bracket finals, just because you drop down at any point in losers bracket finals doesn't mean you're any more or lesser of a team until we see who actually makes it to the finals. So, I mean, this team has all the puzzle pieces required to have great success. As well as, even though they have DSG in their lobby, they do actually have open POIs. They're going Cenote with DSG going North Pad, and they're going on World's Edge, they're going Skyhook Trials, while DSG is taking Thermal. So they do have free POIs to play from, and maybe we'll see if they can get it together here and get us in the finals.
Yeah, and I think if they start feeling themselves a little bit, we might even see if they'll try to chase down a DSG yet again and try to spoil their chances one more time. It'd be a lot riskier here in this bracket, but we'll have to see how they want to handle it. Continuing on, Graceful, I want to hear from you a little bit. Which squad did you want to deep dive here?
No one else but Navi and my former teammate, Tyler, played with me in this Pro League coming up to this. Kinda has always been really talented as a young gun up and coming, and Matafe has been IGLing since forever. Having been played a little bit with Matafe, but also against him for the longest of time, he's always had it, potentially, and he couldn't compete for a while, but I always knew he was a good player. Seeing him on LAN now as well, performing better than, than he ever has, he's shown people that, hey, I am not stuck in LM1. I am now capable of making LM2. He wants to make it to finals, and I'm sure that if they get to play the game, they can make a big splash. However, depending on clashing playstyles, will they be able to? Remains to be seen.
I like that. I like that, Graceful. We've seen a little bit of back and forth with those playstyles that you're talking about when it came to whether that was groups moving into today and how things have changed. So definitely will be interesting. I completely agree with that. But Zephyr, one team we haven't mentioned, I know you're going to do it for us. Talk to me about them.
You can't come into this series without talking about TSM. This is the team that's been here before, but not quite in Elim's round 2. They have literally never been down this far, and I think that is only but a strength for this roster. We talk about being backs up against the wall. There's no other team in the world that manages to pull it off like TSM when the chips are down. But I'll tell you what, fellas, it's not just backs up against the wall. It is a challenge for the Titans themselves, and it's one that only they could potentially eclipse here. Double contested on both maps, Wonton Dumpling and Red Rams for them as obstacles to potentially overcome if they want to see themselves not just in match point finals, but also potentially hoisting that trophy again.
Yeah, and that'll be interesting to see what happens. You mentioned it in the last series as well, Hot6. We even saw that Red Rams and TSM kind of backed up from each other in that winners portion, not wanting to really have to force it if they don't have to. And I think just the legacy that is TSM could really scare off Red Rams from making any sort of aggressive plays here in our Elimination 2 bracket. Now that we've kind of gotten a chance to really focus down on some of these teams, is that who you picked? Let's take a look at the predictions here. I want to see what everybody said for who they think is taking this one home. I see we've got a little bit of agreement here. Rain Day with the TSM pick. Zephyr, talk to me about Alliance.
I mean, there's not much more that can potentially be said about this team. We talk about the rosters that are coming into this one. At the end of the day, coming out of group stages, this was a team that excelled, right? And even though they had their struggles just outside of this most recent, at least upper bracket, they will have the chance to potentially recover now that they get a little bit more of some open space when we talk about the map at both Cenote here and, of course, Trials.
Okay, so are those scores at the bottom for us as well? No? Definitely?
No. Those numbers mean nothing.
Oh, okay, sure. Just double checking. Just double checking. Genome looking very comfortable there at 3, but Tiff, Zephyr, Genome, myself, all on the Alliance train. Moving on to the next page, and also I want to talk to you guys. Oh, no, just kidding. You're all 4 of us on the Alliance train right now.
Hashtag all fans, baby.
Even our subreddit, but we see some Geared Gaming love out of Stella, which I absolutely love. Got to hear from them a little bit as well. Disguised, who might be going up against the behemoth that is Alliance, a little bit of Elevate love as well. I mean, I think there is a general consensus that after what we've seen so far, Graceful, Alliance should be able to really kind of steamroll here.
I believe in Alliance, and in the end of the things, coming from a pro perspective, the only thing I can actually see is, how teams adapt, how consistent they are, and when they're fighting, they're shooting their guns, like they're lasering people, right? And it all comes down to if they are able to, like I said, play the game. And when they play the game, they dominate, and I truly believe that they will make it through.
Yeah, I was honestly, a lot of my choices, as much as I love Alliance and I think they're strong, I think honestly them taking Sky West and Trials actually might be a little bit better, only because a lot of this tournament, a lot of the World's Edge map zones have been trending pretty far north. Ain't that right, Zephyr? And I was looking at their score line from winners bracket because I haven't been able to track absolutely every single team, but you know, they have a 10th and 2, 19 and 1, 16 and 2. It's so just based off scoreline alone, without really watching too much, it looks like they're dying on either not getting to a spot that they really want or just dying on the rotate period. So, and that's pretty tough to do on North Zones from Thermal. So I think them going on SkyWest Trials, I think might be a blessing in disguise.
All right, well, it's almost time for us to get into this series. So, LA, are you ready to find out which teams are going to be making their way through to match point finals? Tiff, Dia, let's get into it.
Let's get into it, man. I am not ready, let's put it that way, because this is going to be so packed for an elimination round 2. I know you guys dropped your teams to watch, but some things when I was perusing, this is the first time TSM has found themselves in elimination round 2 since 2022 Champs.
Kind of funny to see the tables turned on them after what happened at Champs last time with Dark Zero, but it's not just TSM, as the desk brought up. We've got a lot of really interesting teams that have somehow found themselves on the verge of elimination because we're just going to be, well, 6 games away from determining who actually makes it to the finals and who does not. I'm sure there will be a lot of upset faces after the 6. For now, we get to focus on what World's Edge will bring us, as that's where the teams will be starting their journey.
And that is it. We were already talking a little bit about the contest that we will be seeing, specifically Red Rams, double contested across World's Edge. This time, it's Climatizer. They're going to be taking on Space Station Gaming, and the time, the music, the setting, the stage, the audience. All of this is going to lead a journey for 10 more teams to find themselves competing on this stage tomorrow for Match Point Finals. Who will move on? All right, let me hear some predictions, right? We kind of picked on the desk, but I just need something from you, Dia. Come on, give me right now.
I put E8, and I'm gonna stick to it, but I'm not gonna go too hard because every time that I've put E8, well, it hasn't worked out for me because one team goes absolutely wild and pops off just above them. In fact, this time E8 barely dropped down into the lower bracket. DSG are actually a pretty good choice. LG on your screens have clawed their way in to elimination round 2, and they could do just that to move on to the finals. I know that we were talking about some contests earlier, and I do want to draw attention to the contest that you mentioned over by Climatizer. We only recently saw it turn to violence, but initially, when Space Station and Red Rams were dropping next to each other, this was actually a pretty passive landing area.
It really was. They would definitely split the contest at Space Station, but we'll see how it goes here for elimination round 2. All holds are off. I want to see chaos, because here's the deal. We've got a lot of teams in this lobby that will share drop spots, and the goal for them is to evict them from Match Point Finals. We know Alliance, they're in Skyhook for now, but their home is Thermal Station, and Disguise may get it for this map. But it's just the beginning. It
is, and importantly, because it's just the start of the journey through groups, or rather through the elimination round, if Alliance have a good game here, or if DSG have a poor game, we can see that contest really kick off. But TSM already landing right on the bins next door are off the races.
And this is a direct contest right here. We've already seen some changes. Hal locking in the bang instead of the blood. Verholst on Horizon. Reps on the conduit, a support legend to be able to craft should anything go wrong. Here comes the scan to give the information. But when you've got a Mozambique, I'm not going to hate it. The Mozambique here, it'll get the job done. Grab flip to take the high ground on them. And, well, so far, it's a bit of a standoff.
It's a big risk for both teams, both playing with the appropriate respect. We do see Radiant Transfer used, long cooldown, as we've mentioned multiple times. Disruptor rounds picked up on the alternator for reps. Does give TSM a small edge.
A lot of the devs were talking that the biggest advantage when it comes to contests is that you know your opponents with that change are going to be on white. Likely for that cooldown on Radiant Transfer, about to be back up, but still a stalemate for now.
Red Rams are playing this super quiet on the low ground, waiting for TSM to make a mistake, and make a mistake they might. Verholst not over-peaking. Does well to clear the area with a grenade. This will destroy the door, some temporary cover as well. But Verholst doesn't have backup to move in, loses their shields. Goes on up to the high ground. This is good, this is risk mitigation, but he's being followed.
Not only did he get some heals off, but they already expended the Radiant Transfer, and now Verholst has found himself up on the roof. And he is the Horizon. He took the grab flip. The other players will have to climb, but for now, they take down Bobo. Wonton Dumpling TSM in a 3v2.
The strike team has arrived. Hal and Reps chase down the aggressors. And with Bobo already fallen, another Mozam shot connects.
2v2 for now. A shotgun for shotgun, and he drops another one.
Oh,
He falls
Verls is
down
down.
to a 1v1, but we're going to stick. So Rez, Peak God in the distance. He's coming back. He senses it. Will this go the way? No, he gets it up. The Radiant Transfer connects, but he falls again. He goes for the full. He's going to have a shield swap.
Reps has only one way up. Gets creative with the climb. This is spotted, and TSM fall in game one.
Unprecedented things here. A team to be double contested on both maps, to go out this early on. We always talk about the length of series. In 6 games, this is not how you want to start it off.
Heavy breathing, and it's just the first team down. We did have the other contest up towards the north, where Red Rams and SSG have gone their separate directions. SSG actually with a very fast rotate into zone, and they should be pretty good on shields as well, with 2 Evo Harvesters having been in their path from Climatizer to the evac tower they just took.
I'm also not surprised that we have yet again another northern zone for Alliance, who are landing Skyhook West in this lobby as opposed to Thermal Station. Will be privy towards that. They've moved into the area just north of Trials. You can see Legends Gaming, LG, a favorable zone for them. Now the granted is, we do have the survey beacon. They were likely able to get that early on and have elected to move over towards that building across from the train track.
And when you get survey beacon that early, it is going to be more for Evo than anything.
Yes.
It could have given LG an idea of where the ring was pulling, but until we hit the late game, they're not going to get as much value as you would out of, say, a ring 3 survey beacon. Crazy Raccoon are being held out by WMNDY and can avoid this fight by going north through Monument.
Junghi, Juzna, and Dogma. It looks like if they're just going to knock barrel trap it away and just keep on moving. I respect the decision, because for now that will be a relatively cleaner way in towards Countdown. For Cloud9, they're making their way also to that choke point, and I'm a little nervous if they'll run into some resistance. Complexity here on your screen. I hear some cheers in the crowd for Complexity. I got a DM today and it asked me to rewrite the script. They were like, hey, we've got some whiteout if you want to make it in favor of Complexity, by the way.
They're definitely a fan favorite. Complexity have some big personalities, and I certainly have enjoyed watching them throughout the season. Monsoon, again, with the trademark sniper rifle, although not his favorite. Monsoon definitely tends to favor the Sentinel, and certainly has done through the season as the season went on. You know, in the regular season here in North America, Monsoon dealt 11,000 damage with the Sentinel. That is ridiculous! Why is Vaxlon continuing to hit that?
He was dedicated to the cause, okay? I don't know if Monsoon and Co are going to be able to get over there quick enough to be able to do something about it. They'll probably hit a res off it. But they are looking for information, and they're starting to say, can we get over there? As you can see, Vaxlon already back up on the feet, back in the building, and maybe a little regretful of what they did.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, Tiff. That's a pretty big mistake. When somebody hits you with a sniper rifle, even if it's through smoke, it doesn't get that complicated. They've just got to aim in the same direction again. Vaxlon knows that. It's disrespectful of Furia to be overstaying like that when this could be their last 6-game series of the tournament.
But in their defense, at one point in time, you wouldn't expect someone to just have the 4x10 digi-scope from a long distance, but you're right, they should have popped off it, but I respect it. Anyways, for now, Complexity, you see Monsoon just kind of extended out to maybe try and capitalize on that, and Lou just holding down the fort. For Cloud9 here, electing to anchor down in this main building here at Countdown. They're also going to be able to hold the ring console hostage from other teams rotating.
That'll be good, especially as teams continue to crowd in. The ring consoles, survey beacons, even if they're around the POI where everyone's gathering, aren't really common resources. If anything, everybody commonly denies them from other teams. And Evo through damage is really what you get when you move deep into zone. That, and of course, the squad wipes that can happen if teams make some pretty big missteps. You did note Alliance earlier since they're landing north, and while this may not be the macro that they're accustomed to, an approach from the north here is actually going to be pretty straightforward. Alliance can hold the high ground off of Trials if they want, and holding on low does take some of the impetus away from them when deciding how they'll rotate.
For now, they're relatively split. One is moving towards the front, and maybe they'll reconvene in the center. Now, with that zone pulling towards there, the space that Kinotrub is positioning themselves, I think back to when they were playing in the early elimination round, they won the first 2 maps, and that set themselves up for the series. I think everything that they're doing, Arufo known to clutch those moments, so their position is set for long game. But for now, Wonton Dumpling, the team that evicted TSM from Lava Siphon, have made their way to Harvester, and they've got some resources here. They're not going to be able to make benefit of the ring console, but there's an Evo cache.
Wonton Dumpling have had such an interesting journey throughout this tournament. I remember the very first day of group stages, they were the first team to die, getting ratted on by BR Demons. And we were all thinking, this is the #1 team out of APAC South. Now they've got the confidence to take Lava Siphon away from TSM. They've certainly evolved, as have Alliance over the last couple of days. Alliance now taking a fight on top of Trials.
Here we go, putting the pressure straight on to Crazy Raccoon. We've got Beast of the Hunt activated, about to expire, with nothing to show from it. All their, ooh, okay, climb you little mountain goat, but for here, they showed their presence. They made it known that they're not just going to allow Crazy Raccoon to push across on over to them. Should they want to split top of Trials? Sure, but at some point in time, this team will likely enter an engagement.
If you want to take a team out of the position that Crazy Raccoon are in, there's nothing better than a Horizon to do it. And unfortunately, that's just not what most people are running. So Alliance have got to stick by and try and push Crazy Raccoon back when there's not really a lot of ways to lay siege to this area. It's put Alliance in a lose-lose situation. They both cannot ignore Crazy Raccoon, but by putting any attention on them, also can't cover the zip lines that lead up to high ground effectively.
And what Space Station Gaming is doing right now, split holding these 2 buildings and essentially looking for teams that are going to be rotating in from that Skyhook side. And, well, that team on the opposing side of them will be Elevate Gaming, who just narrowly missed on advancing into the Matchpoint Finals tomorrow.
SSG are a team that a lot of people were looking forward to coming into this tournament. The Split 1 playoffs seemed like the time where SSG was actually in contention to be the new title holder. That's how high the expectations were, and yet despite those, Tiff, SSG is one of very few teams left at playoffs that have yet to win a game.
At the end of the day, they just have to win one, and that's going to be tomorrow, but we've got to get there first. Complexity now on the edge of zone here, amped up. Sentinel waiting to see if anyone's going to be rotating around this. We have plenty of teams in the nearby area. I do love the Rampart coming out and throwing down the amped covers, looking down the sides of Legends Gaming. Now, this inside of Trials is not a bad place to play for Legends Gaming because they put that Watson on their Legend composition and will be fencing it up. Likely you'll have the Jenny available in there as well.
There are a couple of ways that this can go, especially if the ring continues to pull north, as it appears to be doing. Complexity should have to deal with either Crazy Raccoon or Alliance on the high ground. That's before anything even happens on the inside. But either Crazy Raccoon should be dropping down. Alliance could be moving through the zip line. There are a lot of options here, but I don't think this is going to be an easy game for Complexity, even though they've got a great spot.
It's not necessarily an easy game for Disguised either. As you can see, they're running their contest comp here. They've got enemy locked into the conduit, Timmy on the blood, a design on the horizon, as if they were expecting Alliance to go thermal, and they did not chow them. So for now, we'll have to see what they do with it.
I think it's a really smart move from Disguised, though, as much as it hurts in the mid and late game, not to have your normal composition. Alliance pick a fight with Crazy Raccoon. They know they gotta clear this team. Unlucky goes down. Hackett swings through the smoke. Beast of the Hunt is activated, and he is farming Crazy Raccoon.
This is the team that set records early, but they jumped up the zipline. Legends saw the opportunity for a third party, and this was the effect of them pushing towards Crazy Raccoon. Now the IGL hack is last alive, standing behind the 2 knockdown shields. Here comes the scan from Koifel. Koifel, the sub in here for Easy Flash, unable to make it. Let's see if we can be a super sub, and Hackis just sends the drop, runs away, tries to fend off and maybe look for some placement points.
Chooses survival over certain death, and with a third party arriving, you cannot fault him. Legends Gaming instantly retreat and omit. Hold a really interesting position on the outside. Trials now having taken high ground.
Oh, but Hackis, he runs into Legends yet again. One drops down, looks for the finish, and Alliance will fall. Legends now hold 2 KP and Omit, well, they've got the high ground, and may the 4th be with you.
Funny that after all of this time, it's Omit that take a zip line up and now have one of the best spots in the next zone. Legends will be happy with the KP that they got and still have to play out of the low ground, or I should say, get to, as SSG go down to E8.
That's to be well needed for E8 to get that early KP. Red Rams, no strangers to fighting. Full send into this building against Cloud9. That res on the wire. Can we get it? Thanks to the lifeline here.
Here's the tap.
It doesn't go through, and now, oh, is this really happening?
Dash with the gold knockdown shield comes back up. Roller in hand. He can do it. Cloud9 are down.
Complexity also fall off screen to Furia, and Red Rams are one of the scariest fighting teams. A lot of people looking to insta-lock that lifeline in. When it came to winner's bracket, when it comes to Elim round 2, times are changing, and I believe in lifeline.
You know they're gonna have some choice words about that Legend being able to pick somebody up even when down. Legends Gaming have moved on out of the safety the trials provided them, fishing for a few more kills, as it's Complexity that full thirst blew. Furia making a big misstep.
Oh, madness. Vaxlon, these two have history. Years ago, they played together, but now Vaxlon, under the helm of Furia with Keon and Madness, are going to be undergoing one of the most difficult trials. Seer, Vaxlon trying to hide within the covers, and he falls. Legends Gaming are here to assert their dominance, and Furia falls.
The aggressive smoke from Legends just leaves Furia blind, and while that happened, Wonton Dumpling fall as well.
DSG still moving to Lava Fissure. Na'Vi just ahead of them, as well as Heroes. But the job's not done here. The zone isn't ending. We have to move forth, and the LG are doing everything that they can to play and hold the area that they need to rotate in to get to zone. And with 5 seconds left before round 4 starts to close, it's only a matter of time.
Na'Vi holding their breath for now. Don't have a lot of survival tools to make their way through to the north. LG is going to be gatekeeping this entire side of the ring. Matape makes a run for it, cannot contest Luminosity, and instead has to funnel in through the countdown side.
And Na'Vi from the high ground are going to be picking away at DSG, but mind you, they're running their competition. Like, they've got the Horizon Grappler. They're going to be playing around with this, and now Tyler gets cut down. DSG make it work for them.
Heroes fall as well. DSG having left enemy behind in the ring. There's no way to save him. Have to play the rest of this game out as a duo.
Made in Heaven, though, they're going to be the next resistance that they face, and they had eliminated Wonton Dumpling earlier, but DSG take out Made in Heaven. We're into the final 7, and WMNDY, Mr. K, Kraber in hand, and just trying to stay alive.
It takes a special level of confidence to ADS on a Kraber on top in an end zone. E8 take full advantage of that misstep and move us to 6 teams left. They face down DSG, Keenatrope next. A slide from Mia K evaporates Zap's health.
Oh, let me just tell you, we've got a naked Havoc in play. The sky is fall, but Keenatrope, they want back-to-back maps in their first showing in the bracket stages, and well, they have a very nice chance to do so again. We need a reset, though, before we carry on forth. But people are sending. Lufka grabs the knock, and Omit need one more to take down Keenatrope.
Dropping down from the high ground, they will do just that, Tiff, and now look towards the next zone. Omit were crucially the last team to approach this low ground fight.
We are in the final 3. Legends Gaming, Luminosity, and Omit. 3 separate regions, all vying for a chance to secure themselves in match point finals.
You and I both know, Tiff, from the elimination round 1, that a single win in this game series of 6 can be enough to push you into the finals. Any of these 3 teams could punch their ticket right now.
A 12 placement points would do wonders for the leaderboard. It's a shame that that almost made it. For now, let's jump in with LG to see how they navigate the final moments.
Because these guys,
I can't play on you, bro.
yeah, we can't really do it. I can't smoke because this team's gonna fucking live on. I smoked them. No, it's a bad smoke. They have a gen. Right side running up bang.
They show, we can help you.
135 bang.
We can help you.
I smoked my left. Bang on this rock. I need my last bat. Can you throw up downs on this rock, please?
1 second. Can you throw smoke? Nice.
They're getting gas heads. They're getting wrenched right now. These are our kills, guys.
I'm gonna play on sweet.
Yeah, same.
We need to prepare the last 3v3 on the Rampart team. That guy's flash. Get ready to kill the left team soon.
I am.
Omid are on their last legs. LG know that to commit to this fight would be to invite a third party, but Legend are full sending it, looking for the last KP, leaving LG to take a wide swing around. They search for kills. Legend set up another pylon, avoiding the nades. Who's gonna finish this game? Because LG are on the hunt, Tiff.
And this 4x10 scope on the Sensi, doesn't matter if there are smokes, that can be a nuisance, but for now the shots aren't connecting, and though we're getting information to be able to send that forward for Corporal, for Strafing Flame, but the way LG are playing around that rock are making things so difficult.
Kraber shot could change everything, though. And we've got plenty of bullets! Oh no! Sweet balls! This is it for Legends Gaming. That's the go button they need. Second Kraber shot does not connect, but Legend, they are going for no matter what. Koifel takes a swing. Sweet is back in the game, but a frag takes it out one more time.
Still a 2v2 here, and Player K just fencing forward, waking it, making it, trying, but someone on the high ground. Obi-Wan, you know, you can be cut down. Now Slayer, last standing against Koifel here. This can change the game here for now.
It's just a Koifel left, and as you said, on the other end of this, both very talented controller players. Koifel heralded last champs as perhaps one of the best in the world. Can Slayer retake that title? Looking from the bottom, he's hiding behind the knockdown shield. Koifel's got an angle. Koifel's got the win!
Legends Gaming, map 1. I asked earlier, could Koifel be the super sub we need? I think so.
It looks like the answer is yes, Tim. That was a fabulous clutch up, and honestly, a very well-played final ring from both teams.
You guys may know this squad now as Legends Gaming, but this is the former Black Hand roster that took us all by storm at Champs.
There's no better time for this roster to finally be coming together as well. Oh yeah, looking very cool indeed. You know, just before this tournament, I think a few weeks before Split 1 playoffs, I sat down with Strafing Flame, and I actually had a few concerns once I heard that Koifel was going to be the sub for them. Not because I have doubts about Koifel. Koifel's a very good player, but because Strafing was so adamant that the majority of the work that Legends Gaming had done throughout the first split of Year 4 was in cohesion, in bringing their whole team together, and not being able to bring the whole team here actually had me very worried for how they do. They did struggle, I think more than we'd expect from a team that nearly won championships. But to be coming together now, and to see Koifel really working with the team, it looks very good for their run through the finals.
I mean, look how happy they are. We got the shades on in the building. You said one win can change the course, and you were worried about their cohesion. Well, what better way to work on it than going through elimination round 2? Koifel and co, man, they look a little happy, and coach as well. Let's go ahead and look at those match results and see just how that panned out. Look at the Legends Gaming. We got them all handing out everything in the crowd. Be sure to pick it up.
Time to shield for Legends, that's for sure. After an 11-kill game, there's going to be no better moment. That's 23 points for them, and like I said, Tim, this should be enough that right now they can work on perfecting their game, sure, continuing to seek out wins, but knowing that they're very likely going to make it into the finals tomorrow. LG actually, tied with Omit for second, can tell themselves a similar story with a couple more performances like that.
Elevate as well, locking in with that 11 points, in Kinotrope, 10 points. The double digits are good. I went back and looked what the cutoff was in our prior lobbies, and 34 seemed to be the mark for elimination round 1. Winners was 31, but at champs it was 40 in elimination round 2. So for now, Legends Gaming halfway there. Let's jump on over to the second page here to see what happened, and to no surprise, despite that initial contest at Space Station with Red Rams at Climatizer, it seems as if they had parted ways, but only found 4 eliminations in Space Station while they left with Zilch.
It may very well be a coincidence, Tiff, but I do think that it's odd, no matter how you're taking the contest, that we do have all 4 teams that land hot ultimately going down in the bottom 10 with very few kills. Red Rams do, of course, nearly make it into the top 10. We'll have to wait till next game to see if they can take that even further.
We'll also have to wait to see what happens to TSM at Lava Siphon next match. But until then, we're going to jump into a quick break. And when we come back, match number 2.
Change everything, though. And we've got plenty of bullets. Oh, we're best in the world. Can Slayer retake that title? Looking from the bottom. He's hiding behind the knockdown shield. Quickle's got an angle. Quickle's got the win.
Every world is the same. You give them one tiny push. Suddenly they all fall apart. And I get to play with the pieces. This world is so fragile. How adorable. They've locked the door. I'm gonna take this. You're clearly done using it. This cat and mouse game is getting boring. Time to end it.
Hope you're not expecting a thank you.
How tragic. I've ended worlds. What is one measly legend?
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends.
Oh, hi again. Ready for the big finale? This place is kinda nice. Might stick around for the fireworks. I just hope the end of this world is as fun as all the others.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Los Angeles! I told you guys yesterday, California's got the best sunsets, but we're all in here anyways because we love a game called Apex Legends, and we just dropped all the information on Season 21, launching May 7th, and well, I'm gonna be a shill for Alter. That's just how it is, and I can't wait to play her. But for now, we got more ALGS Split 1 playoffs actions on the line. We got more World's Edge, and my question to you, Dia, is what do we need to see at Lava Siphon?
Oh, that's tough. Yeah, I think need definitely necessitates that I'd be taking a side. I can tell you what I want to see, Tiff.
Yes.
What I want to see is really nice, clean, and interesting contests like we had last game. This wasn't just two teams running face first at each other. We had a series of tactical plays that ultimately went Wonton Dumpling's way. And those tactics mixed with execution is what makes Apex Legends and the contests so special.
And I think it's gonna happen again. I do believe that Wonton Dumpling and TSM will be duking it out at Lava Siphon. The question is, how will they approach it? We saw Reps did get the disruptor rounds on the alternator, but for now you can see, at the end of the day, Legends Gaming, a 23-point game in match number 1, has to set that tone for the rest of your series. 5 more games to acquire maybe about 20 to 30 points to feel safe, and that's very doable.
It is, and while it has certainly evaded some teams in the past, the very fact that these particular squads have made it all the way here to Elimination Round 2 is a privilege that only the top 30 teams in the world get. That's not, it is not a something to be taken lightly, Tiff.
No, I mean, all the players that are standing behind me are insanely talented and deserve every right to be on this stage. No matter their following, no matter the viewership, no matter the team, these players are still gonna beat you guys in the audience in a 1v1. It's just gonna happen.
You can find out tomorrow.
You actually can, that's right, the solo showdown. You saw a little teaser of it. I think Baby Nikki's playing in it. Tifa, are you over there, Fate? You playing in it? He is. All right, that sounds scary. Good thing I'm not playing in it.
We'll have the privilege of being on the side of the mic that we like, describing the action, seeing what goes on. As we move into our second game on World's Edge, it'll be the second of 3. The second chance for Wonton Dumpling and TSM as Bobo is down.
The ninja kicks, it's happening. Bobo falls, Hal is down, and well, now a 2v2. I love that they land immediately on the supply bins, the tarp for just some weapons here. Verholst R301 in hand, grab lift. A bait. They delay, they take it, and now the 2v2 duked out on the rooftop.
Always make them second guess. Reps and Verholst are playing really well together, swinging the same angles constantly, and they've actually regained control over Hal's body. They're gonna be able to stick a res now.
They get Hal back up. Meanwhile, Dwayne Pipe, or Verholst, whichever you want to call him. I don't know if you guys saw the skit earlier, it was wild. The script, I haven't seen it recently, but I didn't know it was gonna give me a heart attack.
On the other side, SSG are really going head-to-head with Red Rams. This is not what I'd expected to see, given how they were split into POI, but Red Rams are gone.
They need to. Oh, no, you're right. Oh, man, that one actually panned out. Space Station Gaming hung around Climatizer a little bit longer, and for now, we just have one member left of Wonton Dumpling, and they are not running a support legend to be able to craft banners.
You know what they say, Tiff? Hang around, find out. That is not something that Wonton Dumpling wants to do anymore. And fortunately enough, both teams should have been running a conduit in order to find a crafter later. And good Lord, are we going up north again?
Hello? Is this real? Is this happening?
Could this be? You know what's interesting? I want to see how Alliance end up performing on this, because Alliance now get Prio on zone once more.
I mean, they do, and Kenotrope's right there, so that's going to be potentially an early fight breaking out. Elevate Gaming all the way north, looking for that early rotation and effect on blue that they've already got a knock onto one member of Alliance and a Rufa on the high ground. One tappy anchoring from top of the tower.
Kenotrope can hang out right now. They don't really have to move, especially with the zone pulling as north as it is. There's a really good chance that it ends directly on Kenotrope, if not the building's a little further to their north. For Rufa, laying in some good damage. This should help move them over to blues, but I'm not sure where we'll expect Kenotrope to play over the next couple of minutes. Given that they don't have to make a decision, though sitting in the building would be safer.
Shots come in, it's unlucky. Fully eliminated, no banner recovered just yet for Hackis. In effect though, we're reassessing the situation. LG have moved into trials yet again, and if anything's to be said about what we witnessed last game, this is exactly where Legends Gaming played for the large majority of that map. Crazy Raccoon though, get into an early bout with Cloud9, and Cloud9 falls.
With a generator where they sit, however, this may not be the spot that Legends wanted to play. Is LG with the swift move have taken that away, but it'll do for now. Alliance, however, crumble under the pressure of playing through Sky West and Tiff. You can really tell that this is not the POI that they regularly play out of.
But for Elevate, who had the swiftest rotation over to there, and Effect visibly upset once they had fallen. Legends Gaming, evicted from their normal position, are now forced to play outside, but they're gonna continue on looting throughout those bins. Funk, Slayer, Sweet. We'll check in with them later. TSM here, Heroes in the distance at launch site. TSM looking for an opportunity to pick up some more eliminations on the gatekeeping. For now, other squads that are hitting the rotation will be Disguised, Na'Vi, and Furia. That will be the likely course of action for some of these squads, unless they want to start throwing down some evac towers.
When you've got to move from this far south into the zone, you get the sense that both TSM and Heroes have intentionally committed to sitting on the corner of ring, picking up kills, and likely are both willing to fight one another. At this point, I'd be very surprised, should these teams start firing at each other, to see either one back down. The same cannot be said for teams that are sitting deep in zone, however. We saw Keenatrope here earlier, and while they've inherited some height, largely their position has not changed.
That's true, and the way Keenatrope are holding tower, I feel as if LG, that's the position they would have elected to take in a zone similar to this. E8 just ahead of them on the rocks have already eliminated Alliance here and now have set their sights onto Keenatrope. Zach, with a 30-30, is just waiting for the opportunity for Arufa to peek his head, and hey, we get a crack.
We don't think about it very often because landing at Survey Epicenter isn't really a POI that a lot of people contest for. It's not a fantastic POI to play out of, but it's one that E8 have been using all season long and haven't really had to fight for throughout the course of the playoffs. It's got actually pretty good rotations into the western side of Skyhook because you can use the train line to get all the way here. Let's see if that nade ends up connecting, because that was, at least on indicator, it looked very close.
It was a nice throw. I think we could beef up the shoulder a little bit, maybe angle a little. Yeah, I mean, it was close though. For Keenatrope, 5th place overall after map 1. Bangalore ult available should they need to expend it. My only worry is if a fight breaks out between Keenatrope and Elevate, it's very similar to what we had witnessed in map number 1, where the 3rd, 4th, and 5th party had attended.
Disguise start to move in from the south. Another team that'll be slow rotating as Heroes are really generously tanking Storm for a while. A play that could net them a couple of points based on how fast the lobby is moving, but still, honestly, a pretty outdated form of Apex Legends to be sitting in ring when crafting is no longer, say, what it used to be, Tiff.
All right, Dia, while we look at the next zone pool, you and I, we won Ring Guesser against Vicky and Dan Gaskin, but I like where Keenatrope is. That is where I would place all of my bets, is over there. But do you think there's a possibility that we could still pull to the side of Trials where Fury would walk up on?
That side, not so much. I'm definitely in your boat around where Keenatrope are. There is an outside possibility that we go further out into the west near where Legends Gaming are sat, and around where LG and Legends had their final fight just last game. But I definitely be most confident in being able to sit up towards the northern end of zone, right where Keenatrope and Elevate are. They've got a very clear advantage over the rest of the squads in this game, especially for a team like Crazy Raccoon that is going to have to not only overcome the team in front of them, but then make it through Skyhook afterwards. This is Na'Vi, the Crazy Raccoon are going up against, and now it's Na'Vi minus Kinda.
The fact that they already dropped Kinda is going to leave Matafe having to step away from that anchor position as IGL and get into the mix. Granted, Dogma is down thanks to Matafe, likely has a hammer point Mozam, probably pretty dangerous. Now Jung-hee, last standing for CR here. Already on the bubble after map number 1. Do not want to fall here. Both of these teams vying for everything, but this time, Na'Vi come out on top, but not for long. Verholst looking like Obi-Wan, playing along here, looking across the kingdom. Are there any KP available?
A couple seconds left. Gravity Lift was expended to get Verholst on top of the building, and Na'Vi nearly get the chance to reset, but Omit come in behind them, denying the opportunity. Every team now splitting in different directions, saying, honestly, there are way too many variables to contend with here. And I gotta say, Tiff, I like the call from everyone. Even as Na'Vi disengages a solo, it's much better to do that than stick around and find out.
At least they got the information that they needed. They now know where 2 squads are, and TSM has elected to funnel up through that Skyhook tunnel to rotate in. Now, the majority of those buildings will be available and allows them more time to get further into that zone. And, well, they're going to loot their way across. And Furia also has made it into the next zone. Space Station Gaming, they did get Survey Beacon late on and decided to rotate north towards Elevate. But for Disguised and Designful, a nice little scout wraith portal.
One of the great uses of Wraith, especially now that the blue and purple perks have been shifted around and you have faster access to Portal on a regular basis. Those are, of course, the perks that Designful has ended up taking as they provide the maximum team utility while still enabling him to make plays. Complexity or setup is pretty effective gatekeepers though, and no amount of Wraith portals are gonna make dealing with amped cover any easier.
They're just waiting. Turn this corner, we dare you. If a fight breaks out here, I'm going to get worried though, because Geared Gaming is playing the house across from them and still will need to get into that next zone.
For that very reason, I think we're going to see Disguised likely take a different option. They can take the jump tower, they can evac if they would like, but going over these squads is going to be a better chance, or have a better chance of success rather than going through them. If they want to, Disguised could move towards Countdown, where we will see a few more of the other Edge teams moving in, and while I think they'd like to avoid the possibility of running into other squads that are ready to fight, it may be their best or only option.
So Furia is just ahead of them. I've seen Furia play from the exact building. That to me is on. For now, it's available. And if they can rotate forward and clear that out, my only thing is Furia is there. But they're there very early. You have Heroes, Omit, TSM, depending on where they decide to filter in, which likely they could take top here on Donut, but they're gonna look for that survey beacon just inside the next zone.
If you're a team like TSM are rotating through Skyhook at this point in the game, no matter who you are, you do want to be taking the northernmost fight possible, because the further north you go, the less teams you have to fight to get an end game position. In this particular case, having SSG in front of you may not feel very good, because SSG are a scary team to fight. But we're in elimination round 2 with some of the best teams in the world, Tiff. Who isn't?
Well, Heroes is going through the air directly above LG, and they've got to land somewhere. And you can see, they're already taking damage. We're expending smokes, and Furia, they smell all the blood in the water and want to get involved. Keon does have the Nox gas grenade available should they decide to use it, and they are just full swinging straight to eliminate Heroes.
Now, Heroes didn't have a lot of cover. Furia now have a position that doesn't have a lot of cover, and it's just at the time that Omit are swinging up behind them. I don't like this position for Furia, but something tells me that Omit will like it a lot more.
Oh, okay. Smoke out LG on high ground and immediately start throwing arc stars. And Legends Gaming have now reclaimed the space that they took in match number 1. Let's jump into Elicited with your map 1 winners.
I'm not holding our back.
Look here, maybe. Look here, maybe. Yeah, look here, look here. I'm gonna try to angle this.
They're fighting.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to angle this.
Careful. Oh, wait, Power is fighting. Yeah, I'm angling as well. I'm with you, boy.
Yeah.
On me. Look. Wait.
15.
Wait, are they dead? No, they're not. They're 160. I'm getting
go
some top tower trials again.
Tower's looking too.
Yeah, I'm going back.
Yeah, is that cat back in the middle?
Oh, I could have killed them. My Hemlock was on single. Fuck.
I have no nades. They need to end this. Look at zone.
Yeah.
Do we want to be on the other side though?
We can. You know the spot? I think we're walking out right side, Troy.
Yeah.
We just hard hold this team. They're still getting fucked, I think. Can you scan them?
I already used scan. I'm scanning now. Yeah, 5 people.
Legends Gaming pick a fight. We do know that they've been looking at this for a while, having heard their comms, but Legends don't have a lot of options but to hold this team. Swinging out exposes them to the high ground, and unfortunately, Legends have to play on defense, giving them only the opportunity to adapt.
We lost out on Complexity, we lost out on Navi and elsewhere. Omit finding themselves in a lot of trouble. In Legends, they make a swing. Koifel helping out and assisting in that fight. Omit will fall into the final 9, and we're inching further into the north.
The situation, weirdly, even after that kill, stays the same as Koifel didn't end up grabbing the KP, and Disguised should still be approaching from the south. Now that so many of the teams that were in front of them have just funneled into this area of death right next to Legends.
And Kinotrope, yes, they have this tower, but at what cost? When you get there as one of the first squads to take the tower, you're not able to just drop down and loot. You're gonna be left with minimal resources. So how long can we hold? Elevate in the north still. Gear Gaming have moved in underneath them. TSM grabbed Survey Beacon just on one of the last houses of Skyhook, and they're going to set their sights forward based off that information.
The last South American team remaining, Gear Gaming, have set up in the center of zone. And I tell you, Tiff, when I say that we have not seen Gear Gaming lose from the center of zone, I tell you the truth. They have done exceptionally well at controlling the area around them with Watson. Now it's time to see who else will be joining them. As the zone is closing, TSM have to move.
We're talking about controlling the space. We've already seen reps expend the energy barricades. Look for some more zoning. Verholst gets that bat off, grab lift to expend the black hole, saves it, and just uses the wingman instead, and just sends all the damage forward. Reps, we need to stay up here. We cannot go down to get the shield, but falls anyways, and disguised, and Legends Gaming just start full sending TSM and eliminate them.
No, I don't think that Legends Gaming know they've got a wrap from Disguised right above them. This could actually hurt Legends Gaming, as 1 KP would mean the world to Disguised. Koifel's gonna get back inside with the rest of the team, facing off against another. This must be LG from the inside.
LG have sensed an opportunity, they take it. Koifel though, he finds 2 knocks, and we're still going forward. Another 1v1, but this time, Koifel goes again.
It is amazing to watch. This time, LG actually taking a really good fight. Just don't end up succeeding in those small micro moments. It gives Legend the opportunity to move into yet another endgame. They've already got a win today, but this squad is really looking strong as we approach the finals.
I said it earlier, E8 barely missed out on advancing through the winner's bracket, and well, sitting in second place. Let's hear the Zach Mazer calls.
That's a really good spot, right?
Yeah, good. Nice one, nice one.
You should go, Zap. I'm gonna throw a barrel on you, buddy. Brother.
I'm ready. I don't want them to know I'm here. I don't want them to know I'm here. Are you there, Zach?
Yeah, they're right here. They're running a port. They're running a port.
Watch your back, Zap.
Did they take the port back?
No, they took it. They took it. They're taking it back.
Can you get a barrel on it? I naded one. I killed one. Slow down.
Swing, under. I'm 60. I'm kidding.
Nice. Wingman on this box. I'm gonna pick it up. Nope, no wingman anymore.
We can farm tower. I'm not gonna have my ult. I'm not gonna have my ult for again.
Can you scan right here? It's 3 squads. I got the wingman.
I need also.
No, I think so. I have a wingman though. I can bring it to you.
Yeah.
I didn't get the H-Cog. Do you really need it? I should go grab it for you.
No, it's on here. You want this? I have flat line.
Yeah, I'll take flat line.
Boys, look at my spot. It's literally game winning.
Yeah, should be spot is game winning. Let's identify that.
I don't have caustic ult. Do you guys have an ulti cell?
No, we don't have any ulti cells. We have jack shit, brother. We don't have anything.
Boys, we win this fucking game, bro. Fucking game. Oh shit.
Can we get a scan forward and start focusing on our barrels forward?
I look for H-Cog, but he had
I need gold help, Zach. I need gold.
E8 have made a couple of really interesting distinctions. One is that Shubi Spot can win the game. The second is that they have nothing. And the third is that they will win the game anyway. Let's see how much of that stands to be true in the next couple of minutes, Tiff, because these are the final 3 squads. Keenatrope have been here since the beginning. Geared, our zone kings, have made it all the way from the south. But who's actually going to come out on top with E8 this confident?
Well, we have 10 seconds left before this round starts closing, and we saw E8 cycling through the gold helmet to try and get those ults online. Zach does have the Bangalore ultimate. Now the question is, how are we going to make this work? Keenatrope will have to jump and come towards E8. This is their game to win.
2 more clips for E8 on the outside. They've got to be very specific about when they engage. And unfortunately, with the Watson Gen on the low ground, those nades aren't going to do a whole lot. Scan reveals maybe some weaknesses. Keenatrope go down. It's E8 versus Geared.
And here goes the Nox gas grenade. We got our ults online, and well, Shubi, Zach Mazer said it once that he's a superhero to be on this squad. But
they've got high ground.
They look so solid in their cohesion. The wingman starts connecting, starts dropping. Zillage falls, panic answers back, but Elevate, they still take map 2.
The assertions were true, Tim. E8 at a game-winning spot with Shumi, and they had nothing to work with, and I tell you what, it did not matter. That is some great Apex Legends.
You know, at the end of the day, since starting ALGS Year 4, I think we're working on Zach Mazur's rebrand of the Mazur moments. It's going to end up being all of the highlights, the montages, and at the end of the day, congratulations to them.
Onse used this term earlier, and I'm going to borrow it here, throw it out for the future. That's some Mazur magic we just saw in the end game.
Mazur magic. I like it. Shumi and Zap are both equally impressive teammates, and since the start, now granted, this is a squad that came from the Pro League qualifiers. They did not receive that invite straight into the Pro League. They had to earn their spot. Rain Day said it earlier, everything is not free. You have to earn it. You have to take what you want, and they're doing just that.
That's a reality that we've seen them be very comfortable with. A 13-kill finish for E8. Having spoken to both Zach and their coach Talmach before the event, both of them were leaning into exactly what you're saying, Tim, that while nothing is deserved inherently, they're going to have to work for every step, and when they fall, they accept that it's absolutely their fault and something that they need to work on. It's that spirit that brings them to a really impressive finish, and as we talked about with Legends, a single win that should secure them a spot in the finals.
For your Zone Kings, Geared Gaming, they walk away with 9 points. Overall, still a solid game. Just would have liked some kills for them. For Kinotrope, they walk away with 11 points. Disguise, they had their work cut out for them. They battled their way throughout Skyhook and walk away with 8 eliminations. Legends Gaming, they may have not gotten the original building and placement they wanted at the start, but they go away with 9 more kills. LG, Space Station, some solid points on the board for them, especially TSM. WMNDY and Omit rounding out the top 10.
SSG and TSM, after last game, are our first contested teams to break into the top 10, but I want to look at the bottom 10, where we've got, of course, the teams that maybe didn't get nearly as lucky this game, and one of the squads that is standing out to me as a repeat performer here is Alliance. It's double Sky West zones, and you can really tell that changing their drop spot, as nice as it seems to avoid a 50-50, is hurting them simply because the zones that they should be winning, that they should be placing top 5 in, they do not know how to control.
Well, for now, with only one more map on World's Edge, we'll just have to wait to see how the rest comes through. But what do the series results look like? 2 teams have broken the 30-point threshold. Elevate Gaming and Legends Gaming are doing that. But for Disguised and Kinotrope, tied for 3rd and 4th. Let's look towards the bubble teams, because at 9 points is in 9th place TSM. The threshold for 10 is 7 points. It's a 3.5 average per game, Dia.
It's not a lot, and while our top teams have certainly been accumulating a lot of points, I'm really noticing how Legends are playing. We did see them go out to Disguised, and it's contributing to the 13 kills that Disguised have so far. Looking at when contrasted with the rest of the squads in the top couple, they've got basically no placement points next to them.
All right, well, you already mentioned Disguised, and we were in a listen-in when they were really throwing down, so I want to go ahead and throw some replays up to see how this came down. It's Timmy, Enemy, both respawning in. It's the top 5 moment, and this is where things get good.
Designful, just so we're all aware, took out an entire squad on this rotate, and I remember being in the listen-in with E8 and going, well, this should not have happened. Surely there's no way. With the Havoc in hand, Disguised all come down and contribute one by one to this meat grinder onto Legends.
Okay, Design, that's crazy. And that's the moments before he decides to port forward and play into the zone. They do fall there, but we had to hit the replay. We needed a Design moment, and I'm overall very impressed with Disguised.
Yes, they certainly played in a really funny way that game, wrapping around through Fisher and then making their way towards the Omit side, where we saw teams like Legends holding earlier, where Kinotrope were ultimately holding, made the dip back, had a wrap for a while, got a respawn, wiped a team, and that's pretty much on brand for Disguised.
It's a roller coaster of emotions. We're just on it here. It's Disguised world, and we're just living in it.
I'm certainly happy to be, because it's given us 2 action-packed games. Tiff, as you noted, we've got only 1 left on World's Edge, and as they've gone so far, with 2 different winners, I look forward to seeing who will join us in the 3rd.
Well, with that final match on World's Edge, let's go ahead and run it back, because we didn't necessarily see what happened to Red Rams in that climatizer moment. So are we thinking that they'll maybe split it yet again or elect a flex drop?
I think Red Rams are just, they should be hard going for this. Red Rams are a team of commitment.
Well, for now, we'll have to wait and see. I heard Peeps is up to something, and I think he wants to do a nice watch party check-in. We all do love our B-Stream.
Tiff, thank you so much. Apex, what up? You gotta love it. I am here showing off the B streams and the watch parties. We got Wig, we got Greek, we got my boy Pokies, and we got my boy Y-Stuck, and Orex was sitting there, but he's missing right now. So we have an interview with my guy Pokies. A lot of people don't know, I was born in Brazil. My boy Pokies, tu tá representando o Brasil aqui no ALGS. Como é que isso tá? I just asked, he's representing Brazil at ALGS. How is it?
Yeah, I've been having a great time here. It's always good to be here representing my country, and it is so happy to bring all this happiness for my Portuguese viewers. And yeah, I'm glad to be here.
Crowd, make some noise! Então, Pokes, eu preciso pedir, o que tu quer falar pro povo do Brasil aqui no ALGS agora? I just asked, Pokes, what do you want to tell the Brazilian population that are Apex fans?
Okay, I'm gonna say it in Portuguese because they need to hear this. Brasil, muito obrigado por todo apoio. Eu tô aqui, eu não cheguei aqui à toa, eu cheguei aqui com vocês, a gente chegou junto, eu fico muito feliz de estar aqui, depois de tantos anos fazendo isso, de casa, sozinho. Hoje eu tenho o apoio da Respawn, o apoio da EA, o apoio de vocês comigo, então, pô, sensacional, obrigado demais. E meu irmão tá aqui comigo também, ó, nasceu no Brasil, mas agora tá representando também o NA, e é sempre bom estar junto com essas pessoas aqui.
Basically, he just said he loves Apex, loves the community, and is grateful for everything to have. Pokes, eu preciso perguntar, o que é o teu momento melhor do ALGS essa semana? I just asked, what is his favorite moment from ALGS so far?
For sure, our victory from Brazil, like Beer Demons, they got 1 win, and Geared Gaming, and of course, Furia win. Yeah, they killed it. I think 30 points. Yeah, I'm proud of my guys.
All right, well, crowd, you heard it. Make some noise! Tiffany, take it away.
Well, Peeps, that was quite impressive, and that's also something I have in common with Pokies. I do love Apex. I also love this community, and it's a crazy place to be here inside this. All of the fans, all of the community coming together. And did you even see the ranked wall that was downstairs? I saw way too many Preds. That can't be true. Unless it's season 17, right?
I mean, they're all here, right?
That's
so
true.
I think only the most dedicated fans would hit Pred, and only the most dedicated fans would be at LAN. You put 1 and 1 together, it makes 2.
I like it. I like your math, funny guy. I like your math. But regardless, we got 1 more map here left on World's Edge, hitting the Legend Select. It's only a matter of time before our teams have locked themselves into the dropship. And the last time we hit map 3 on World's Edge was the time that Alliance neglected their original POI and went straight for Disguised.
This was a pretty special time. Alliance had a lot less to lose. I'm not sure they'll be doing it this time, but the hot drops, Tiff, the hot drops provide.
The hot drops are Lava Siphon, TSM, and Wonton Dumpling. Let's hit a listen in with TSM off drop.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they hopped out early.
I think we're winning this though.
I can't tell if it's 50-50 or not. Just do your thing, Evan.
Get the gun, get the gun.
Punch. You beat me inside,
Punch the bang.
Bang up off. They have no guns. Drop down. Yeah. Banks on me, down low. Drop down to low. Hey, with me on the point. Come in. What's up? I'm going up. Nice. Good shit. I'm going south right away, okay? Yeah. Make sure we don't get 30. I'm going command.
Well, they certainly made that a TSM move. TSM dominance. And all I hear in the crowd is TSM.
That's looking like a script buff to me, Tiff. Listen in on the contest win. I don't know, seems a little fishy. You know what else is wild about this, though? I'm actually doubled over in the casting booth. We're going north again?
Where are the riders? Is there a riders bay here? Because I think someone needs to go infiltrate it, because this is...
I can already hear Graceful back in the green room.
I told you, Zephyr.
Telling me about the zones. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna get an earful, but it does give these teams a chance once again to run, I'll say, similar macro. So we should see a lot of the same teams in end zone, and from that alone, I think we can really say Legends Gaming should have some pretty high expectations coming into this round. The rest of our teams have actually been pretty variable. Kinotrope did show up pretty big last game, did not so much in game one, and we've had a decent amount of variation despite the similar geography of our end games.
For the teams that went back after elimination round 1 and VOD reviewed, nothing could have predicted this. Nothing that you VOD review can help you for this moment. And, well, the only thing that you got from experience is matches 1 and matches 2, and if it didn't work out in your favor, try something different.
That's something that Alliance are really going to be needing, is the ability to reflect incredibly quickly on their first 2 matches, because this is no longer just a coincidence that you can brush off. It's not one north zone that you're really not sure how to play. It's not 2 north zones that you're still working out. It's now 3 zones all the way to the north. They got to be learning on the job.
And Kinotrope immediately running, trying their best to get to the tower. And oh no! LG were doing the same thing.
Everybody just hustling it into the zones that we've already seen be really successful. Well, LG have just 1 member left standing. The fortunate thing for them is that Alliance have inherited a lot of the aggression that was being thrust onto Luminosity earlier and are now fending off Kinotrope themselves.
Unlucky wants to seat himself in for his first ever match point finals, and Alliance have not had the best start here. And a lot of that goes to their experience with Thermal Station is their preferred drop spot. All of their rotations, all of their macro had previously been set up for things like that. Now, granted, when teams are in the lobbies that also want Thermal Station, they have elected to lock in Skyhook. Now, this is the real test. It's can you learn from everything, like you said, Dia, to change the course of your future?
It's a difficult ask, especially under the pressure of LAN and the ever-changing environment of groups and then brackets. No real factors stay the same. It's much like your standard game of Apex Legends when you just decide, hey, I'm Tiff, I'm gonna play a game of ranked, let's see what happens. You can't guarantee the squads you're going up against are the same every time. It's something I can guarantee, Tiff, is that EA are gonna get real aggressive on this building and they will punish you should you not know how to hold it. Kimchi certainly does, jumping over with the flatline, does a decent amount of damage, but nobody's gone down yet on either side.
Oh, Monsoon got tripped up right there, but still able to get to cover for Zap on the high ground, barraging the Arc Stars inside, has Beast of the Hunt activated, is just looking for a way to get inside. Complexity listening, could be just lost Lou.
I'm popping the bed, right now. Resing. I'm taking the belt right now. I can't res. I don't have you on it. Just drop me your armor, Kim, drop me your armor. I don't, no, I can't, I'm low. No, I'm talking to Kim. Take it. Yep. I need to make it, maybe. Yeah, so put more walls down. Taking the bat right now. Good walls. Any mech it? Done. I'm 0-2 now. Walking up on the southeast, boys. Okay, I need syringes. I have 1 syringe left in my name. Dropped you 1. They're fighting. We might be able to take the build back. Okay, maybe.
Complexity are in a dire situation, suffering from the costs of rotating to the north so quickly. Made in heaven, your second team to fall this early on. But the zone has the majority of the squads vying for any resources, any space that they can get up here beyond the wall.
No, Complexity, you're wild for trying to retake this building as well. E8 have definitely been playing both sides of the bridge, fishing for as many kills as they can grab, having already picked up 1 on WMNDY. That's the first knock given to them, but E8 aren't going to be able to push up and finish because Complexity are constantly threatening to retake this building.
Geared are also taking a different approach from match number 2. They are going to filter in the same way that Elevate Gaming did in match number 2. It all started in this building, and you can see they've had success, but this might actually be slightly different. As you can see, they are situated right where those zones are overlapping. This one could be the one that pulls straight towards the front of Trials and ends in that open field.
It very well could be. There are a couple that even pull further north towards the building than E8 hold. TSM still struggling to get there, find themselves a fight, and it's up against the Red Rams.
This isn't Lightning Rod, we're on World's Edge, and yet these three are all still finding each other. Cal and Verhulst still up, electing to smoke and hit the res on reps, getting back to full form. If I'm Red Rams, I'm cutting my losses, and I'm gonna try to hit a rebound.
And I'll tell you, if I'm TSM, I'm real worried about the possibility of a third party right now. They take the roof to get some scouting done, but you can't hold the inside of this building. And I'm glad to see at least Hal dipping back in to make sure they're safe. Red Rams go down, and Tiff, I dare say, that's a score settled. That's a teaser for our map to come.
An eye for an eye, KV for KP. At the end of the day, as long as you're nestled into that top 10, that is all that matters. But in 7th place overall, after 2 matches, you're not safe.
It'll make the whole world blind, but KP points are KP points. You got to do what you got to do to get to the finals. Alliance definitely taking up a lot of space. An admirable way to play this zone as they very quickly adapted to the strat that Kinotrope took last game, one that was very successful. You can tell that while the games have been going on, they've certainly been taking note of how other squads are playing around Skyhook from their priority rotate positions.
For Space Station, they land in Climatizer and have found themselves inside of Trials. Now, this is usually the preferred position for someone that runs Watson in their Legend composition, but most frequently when you've got the Caustic, you just have to make sure those barrels are in the nicer space, and they even inherited some fences from other teams.
It's pretty nice. It's a bonus to some. In other cases, can certainly be a detriment should that team return and try and retake some zone. You don't want to be giving up any advantages, like the fences that you would have left playing around, hoping they'd be yours. Disguised, playing slow once again from the south, could collect some kills, but it's Heroes who have been mirroring them throughout all 3 games here on World's Edge.
With Timmy up on the platform, he's able to just take angles. He's already got the gold energy mag, which will make light work here. Scan incoming, design already forward. We're using the portal, and now things are about to get messy. We're expending ultimates all over the place, and Heroes have steadily moved forward. Bastion, Lahim, and they go forward. Enemy on the low ground with design. Gas trap's going down. We get some good damage out.
Cheeky Nox gas grenade does enough to keep enemies safe even after he gets swung. And Timmy, after disengaging from the high ground, will be able to retake it once again, still in beast to the hunt. But with the ult cooldown ticking, this is a small advantage that DSG will have lost.
I just want to say, this is for now a very isolated 3v3. But at the end of the day, we have baited out a Beast of the Hunt. We have not used it. A Bang ult was expended, and no one has fallen. With round 2 closing, we have to move forward. And well, to be fair, there's a really interesting squad that's going to be in the distance that made a full reset occur, and that's Luminosity.
Now, normally at this point, I'd be looking at Heroes to make some plays with Skynades. The big problem for them is that they simply don't have any grenades in their inventory anymore. It makes sieging a high ground position like this very difficult. And they've got to dip back into zone, rely on their meds, and I think ideally rely on the fact that DSG don't want to be spending time in the red either. It'll be a priority rotate for DSG, but they're going right into LG, who are ratting them.
Oh, Luminosity, there goes the information. Some smoke, and we've got to expend more ultimates, and they retreat away just under the cover. And now we wait. What will Disguised do to try to breach this area? But still, Luminosity isn't alone.
Will they get gate-kept themselves? They're running right now into Crazy Raccoon. They haven't sniffed this out, but nobody's down just yet. And I speak too soon. Slayer has fallen. Crazy Raccoon get the first blood on LG and pop Beast to the hunt. Grab the dog and look for some more kills.
Where has Funk and Sweet gone because Dogma is on the hunt. He will follow him out into zone. He doesn't care, and there's an evac tower, and he finds Sweet.
This is pretty disastrous for LG. Now, I will say, Luminosity are still relatively safe within the top 10, but going down early this game, after their performance in last round as well, has taken them a significant move back from how well they did in game 1.
Funk got away. He was able to survive. He's in the zone, and a Wraith portal will take Disguised further into Countdown. Now we saw Crazy Raccoon reach out into a negative rotation to take down.
That's I know they're not in this lobby, but 07.
We should probe that sector over there.
He tried.
He did.
A valiant effort. But when the CEO finds you, he finds you.
That's certainly true. There will still be lots of opportunities, and LG have performed very well in the first game, and so this should be enough to keep them happy moving into Storm Point with still a chance of qualifying for the finals. The fight, however, the game is taking place elsewhere as we do continue to move even further north, Tiff.
I was gonna say, take me back to Countdown. We've got action here, and Disguised have found themselves inside this cranny of Countdown. Now, I typically do not like being sheltered up in here, but they do have that caustic locked in. Timmy and Beast of the Hunt, still filtering, still looking for CR, but falls to the ring. Enemy design. We're waiting on this portal. Get us out.
Drops right into the tactical as well, meaning Designful doesn't have any safety for after this port expires. Enemy's going to join him, but Crazy Raccoon are on the chase. Heroes are right behind them. This is technically a 3-squad battle. Everyone's still up, and Crazy Raccoon gets jumped from behind.
Jusa falls. Jung-hee takes one down, but at the end of the day, heroes are falling apart. But a rogue Kinatrope, a rogue Arufa absolutely take out Crazy Raccoon.
That was a really chaotic fight for everyone. Heroes gets absorbed, this time by Disguise, to collect a kill for themselves, and now have to hold out Kinatrope. Kinatrope, who are on a roll, expending the Nox Gas Grenade to buy a little bit more time against Designful.
If I have to rat it out and look for a recover, I want to be a Wraith, but Hal is reaping the lobby of some of our team's chances to just try and reset.
It's one of those weird things where we hadn't actually seen TSM on screen since their squad wipe, but they kept showing up just by taking out solos who were running for their lives. We see them again, this time in the south end of Skyhook, and they have not been able to move through the north as we teased when they wanted to go through SSG last game.
Yeah, this is exactly the same building that they had played from on their rotation, but last game, there was a survey beacon here. They're not gonna get that information this time, so we're gonna have to go in based on the Bloodhound scans alone. For now, Na'Vi sending Market where Cloud9 resides.
Every audio cue really matters here. And there's always the chance for a third party to jump in towards Market, towards Na'Vi and C9. Omit pick a fight up towards the north. C9 are finding kills on Na'Vi. Meanwhile, we got multiple fights breaking out across the map.
All right, Sauce. The Sauce experience working on getting Naughty back up onto his feet. Gas all around, but the attention goes back to the north. Elevate holding Omit from underneath the bridge. Light, Lufka blasts. Here we go. All out brawls are breaking through. Still 11 squads remaining, and the chaos ensues.
Beast of the Hunt feels pretty good as Furia go down. Omit lose one, but still inside the zone, and with the cover of a trench, need to hold out against Cloud9.
Don't call it a comeback. These squads are just working their way in, and Sauce, once you know his name, you can't forget it, but Chaotic is gonna have to clutch it up, and he can't do it.
As C9 go down, it's Light that saves the day for Omit. Slivers of HP, and now fortunately able to regen a bit inside the smoke as he brings everyone else back up with him. Geared Gaming go down, and they, being one of the squads that were holding up towards the north, have now indicated to us that we're shifting. The ring isn't pulling hard towards where E8 and Complexity are set up. Instead, it's Alliance who have set themselves up in the best spot in zone. It's Alliance to pick a fight! mistakes.
And they go straight into Keenatrope. We lose effect right off the rip to Arufa. Now expending the gas grenade, barreling forward, trying to protect the peek up, shooting. Hackis, though, with an actual 0.5 HP. All will fall onto Unlucky, and all are sending him.
And Alliance had such a good spot, but you make one mistake against Keenatrope and you may lose it all. Now that the full thirst happens on Hackis, Alliance have nothing left. They get wiped. And while they adapted, Tiff, they did not adapt well enough. Keenatrope take advantage of the split second weakness. Complexity, move up and set up with Rampart.
We prior lost out on Legends Gaming as well. For Space Station Gaming, learning from mistakes, have spotted TSM in the mountains. And Lufka actually grabs that Arcstar finish onto Hal. And well, Space Station, they've got their sights set on a mid. They have their sights set on TSM. But at the end of the day, they have just minor time to get to the other side of the mountain.
TSM are completely in tatters above. It's just Verhulst left, but Verhulst can certainly do work on his own, making Space Station's life a living nightmare. TSM have one member left, can still get a few placement points. They've got 10 kills so far, and somehow Verhulst survives!
Verhulst, a grab lift across, and we are just gonna hang out here for as long as we can. Shots are incoming, SSG has fallen, and well...
He gets the kill!
He takes out Complexity! Kimchi, the last member standing, and we're still working on it. Is this a big E clutch?
3 squads left. TSM technically in it, but E8 again with this, and I quote, game-winning spot. This time with Keenatrope having no other squad on their side in a straight-up 3v3 with the X factor of Verhulst, who's gonna come out on top.
No medkits, no syringes, plenty of bats, but we're sitting here as a rat like a glass cannon, and when that scan is incoming, it's just a matter of time. But the issue is we don't want to give up our high ground and have to focus on reclimbing back up.
I mean, Keenatrope may know where Verhulst is. They're not going to do a lot about it. They've got way bigger problems with E8 standing in their way. But with Zap down, this weirdly creates a situation where E8 aren't going to get particularly aggressive either, and it's the zone that's going to do our work for us. The zone that will ultimately likely leave Shubi as the singular caustic left to clutch things up for E8 against a 3-man of Keenatrope with a rat at their back. I'll be honest, it is not looking good if you're an E8 fan.
We're still in double-digit elims for TSM, and Verhulst is going to walk it forward for now. The battle of the high ground, and Arufa tries to work his way towards the other, and with the legend upgrades for the perk system, man, Caustic just yeeting those barrels towards the high ground. We have ultimate. Verhulst with the gold helmet is gonna have that black hole, and he works his way up.
And he's behind them, behind Keenatrope. They don't see him. Somehow from behind, Verhulst takes out Tabby. This opens things up. Keenatrope are in panic. E8 slide in. This is the time for the final 2v2. Mia K goes wild from the high ground, but from the low, it's finally Rufa that clutches it for Keenatrope.
And it's not the first time. Arufa or Alpha, your choice. Keenatrope will take your final match on World's Edge.
Well, that was some wild play from Keenatrope, and that's after getting fully ratted on by Verhulst.
Verhulst, man, just doing the best that he can, flexing throughout it.
I cannot help but be amazed by what Keenatrope have accomplished at LAN, and you can tell the crowd is absolutely feeling them. Keenatrope showed up to this LAN, and as we mentioned the first day of groups, this is a squad made up largely of those players that were discarded in the big shift of teams in APAC North. Those that were left behind by squads that thought they could find success elsewhere. They came together and have accomplished incredible things already as Split 1 playoffs. And now, with this win tip, I've kept saying it, once you find a win, you've essentially guaranteed yourself a place in finals. That's to say nothing of the great positions, second place in game 2, that Keenatrope already had before this third game to round out World's Edge.
They did everything that they needed to do. Let's go ahead and jump into those match results, because 12 eliminations, 24 points. And despite Elevate Gaming via duo at the end of the game, they still did what it took to almost break into 20 yet again. And for Verhulst, on his lonesome 7 placement points, he was able to obtain alongside eliminating Complexity, picking up another elimination, and going behind enemy lines of Kenotrope, all because he was running that contest legend composition, locking in Horizon, having the grab lift. Yeah, she's viable in some of the best ways.
I mean, we've seen a lot of teams already be electing to run Horizon for the faster 3v3s. Verticality, always something that you value in your Legends. Towards those teams that did not make it into the top couple of squads for a final game on World's Edge. We've made mention of some of them already. Of course, Furia, Na'Vi, Disguised. They've unfortunately barely missed the cutoff, but Tiff, now we get to look towards a new map and another chance for these teams to get a few more wins, a few more points before determining which 10 teams we'll be seeing in the finals.
The fact that we're going to be sending 10 teams home after 3 more matches. Desk, we've got to hear your thoughts. Take it away.
Great job casting those matches, Tiff and Dia. They were insanely exciting. Not only are we sending those 10 teams home, but 10 teams are that much closer now to making their way through to match point finals. Glitter Explosion, Zephyr, Graceful, and Hotzik here to break all things down during this halftime. That was insane. And one of the things that we saw repeatedly happening, Legends versus LG in the first 2 matches.
A pretty incredible take for both of those rosters there. Legends notably being one of the bigger successors of the two, but one of my favorite factors of seeing such similarities between our third games is the fact that it had continued to evolve, the changes as these two teams adapted.
I mean, Hotzik, talk to me about some of the things that you were noticing in those end game moments, because especially what we just saw out of Kino. I mean, the clutch factor, we heard the casters talking about it, out of Verhulst, able to secure so many points for TSM when they needed them.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a huge one, not just for the standings overall, but you got to look into, obviously, we're going into the next map where Red Rams are now going to be, you always, when you're doing a contest, it always feels good to be the team with more points. And now TSM have a nice little cushion. I don't think they're necessarily safe yet, but they have a nice little cushion where the pressure's on Red Rams now. And obviously, as we saw yesterday, Red Rams, I believe, hit them with a pretty big 3-0. So they got TSM's probably going to be feeling a little bit of pressure on their end as well.
Absolutely. Well, we'll take a look back at some of those final circle moments just so that we can re-enjoy the absolute chaos. Match number 1, Graceful, we've mentioned it, Legends and LG facing off.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie, seeing Sweet make this mistake, you know, you give them the finger, they take your head. There's not much you can do when player is hitting so, you know, wonderful shots. And after that, honestly, the push after was a little bit scared because Koifel was a little bit ahead of the curve. After them, they're kind of like struggling in one by one, trading a little bit one by one, whereas like if they just triple swung together off the rip, maybe they could have closed it up earlier. But you know what? Earlier doesn't always mean better. When you have somebody that can clutch the game as easily as all of these 3 players are capable of, by the way. We can see that it comes down to Koifel playing the Havoc here with the Turbo, which is terrifying in today's meta, and he actually plays this perfectly well. He plays it slow. The only thing I wish that he could have done was maybe scan a little bit earlier, but he does end up using it right about now. Boom, there we go. He knows how to play this. He has a knockdown shield. He says, hey, hold your knock. I'm going to drop on him, and let's clean this up. Empties the mag, still has 8 bullets in the ammo.
Didn't even need all of them. A huge clutch on behalf of Koifel, who did well for Legends yet again in match number 2, but this time it was all about Elevate.
Yeah, and Elevate's sitting in the dream scenario. You heard of it briefly in the listen, and Zach saying, we need this game, guys. This is a big game. And this is exactly it. This is a dream scenario. What I mean by that is, if you look at the map, Elevate has control of everything. And this is a very classic dilemma here where you're one of the 2 teams that's stuck on top of each other. I mean, they're just going to die. Like, they know that they both have to play for second place, and this is kind of like the freest game for Elevate, but not so much because they did have to do a lot of fighting to get in there. They'd have to take out Disguise, who's been playing really well as well. So they had to, their hard work paid off. They control most of the zone, and they take a really, really nice 3v3 here, just using all their utility, bullying with their armors, and obviously the massive wingman from Zap, with finishing it off with the Havoc. Absolutely clean.
The Macer Laser, baby.
That's all Graceful wanted to add at the end of that Elevate highlight. Match number 3, though, Zephyr. We just got to watch it go down. Tell us.
It's quite a highlight, and it's one that doesn't end in a TSM victory, but you can talk about it with, of course, bringing up the presence that was within Verholst here. And even though we do see the switch up towards Kino at the end, I want to give credit to them for being as respectful as they were. Good scans, good pacing, controlling a lot of this zoning, and even though we do see them get wrapped on later on, you have to understand this kind of separation, even though it is slight with you see Tappy there in the back line, that is something that actually saves them in what is going to be this forward assault here you'll see in a second from Elevate. So as Tappy goes down back there, the setup with the Nox gas grenade and that drop that is necessary from Elevate actually sets them up to take on Verholst in confidence, knowing that they won't get tossed on from behind. And that's actually something that's even helpful more. Of course, that black hole comes in to save the day as well.
Really, really strong finish from Kinotrope there, as well as we get to take a look now at the series results. Elevate having such a strong performance in our first 3 matches so far, 54 points overall. They've got to feel confident now heading into the next set of 3.
Yeah, definitely feeling confident, and I've always looked up to them and known that they could do it, and they finally showed up, and I think they believe in themselves as well. In the beginning it was, oh my god, now they're locked in and they're like, yeah, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, and I mean, we're definitely seeing some Mazer magic right now. I mean, this is actually sometimes a blessing in disguise going down to elimination round. If you can get some really good vibes out of the games, especially and roll like this, it can almost be kind of seen as a buff. You have a lot of crazy good momentum going into winners brackets or the finals. So they definitely have stamped their passports to finals. So good job from Elevate and great job from Zach as well.
A lot of these teams, though, still need to find their way forward. We talk about some happy notes here for teams like TSM and Disguise to have been through the thick of it, but as we work our way down that leaderboard, Na'Vi, of course, Furia, Cloud9, and Alliance, a huge success story in what was our group stage that has now failed to show up here. Thankfully, as we go into Storm Point, we've got some clarity for a lot of these rosters, and hopefully with teams still on that con later on with TSM, Red Rams, and plenty others, that might be something that elevates them, giving them the opportunity to potentially perform.
Now, I'm glad that you bring up that second page. Not only the second page, but the teams potentially around the bubble area, okay? We need to start looking at them as well. We saw how quickly those rankings can shift if you are in that 10th, 11th, 9th, 12th place, anywhere around there. Right now, the squad in 10th is Complexity, and they were a team that we definitely had some high expectations of, with some fancy headshots as well. Always some of the best personalities that we have in here. I mean, that's almost identical to what Kimchi's got going on right now, Zephyr. That's good. That's good.
Thank you. I don't have quite the muscle mass, but I'm I'll get there one day.
But talk to me about what Complexity need to do to ensure they stay in this top 10 right now, Hotsec.
I mean, a lot of it is just, I mean, I personally, not a big fan of the comp myself. I do think I think they're playing it a little bit on hard mode. I don't mind the Rampart as much. I'm a Rampart enjoyer. I kind of just find this meta is really hard to play without a Bloodhound, because there's a lot of visual clutter in it, and it's hard to play with that, especially when they have 2 MK players as well. That is a factor that you have to take into account. But they are commonly finding themselves in these like god spots or really strong spots where they'll be in zone 4 or 5. They're just struggling to, when they slam those spots, they're struggling to stay alive. Maybe over peaking a little bit, just taking a little bit extra damage. So as long as they can keep slamming those spots and surviving like they did a little bit in that last game, they should be okay.
Get the Sentinel in the hands of Monsoon and just start slaying out, okay? Now, we've got so much Apex Legends action in Storm. We've got a lot going on here at the arena as well, outside of all of our amazing gameplay that we've seen so far here today, specifically in our arena. Lots of things to check out. So let's go check in with Stella and see what she was able to see here today.
What's up, everyone? Stella Chung here. I am here in front of the fan art station. Look it! It's Octane! He's my main, love him so much. But take a look at all of the different art that the community has put up here. It's amazing. You've got Catalyst, you have Caustic, and also, of course, the Lovers. Oh my god, I love them so much. Fusehound forever. Yeah, but you can come here and look at all of the different art that the community has made. Also, if you want to make some art of your own, you can actually make your own fan sign right over there, which a lot of people are doing. So you can have your favorite phrases, you can have your favorite player's name, whatever you want to do to encourage them. So it'll be a lot of fun. Come on down to the first floor of the Galen Center if you want to see all the art and make your own sign.
Thanks so much, Stella. Yeah, there's lots going on at the arena here. So in between matches, if you guys are getting an opportunity to walk around, hang out with your friends, check out everything we've got. There's really, really cool things. All that fan art by community members is absolutely gorgeous, Zephyr.
Shout out to Sofa. That guy put together an incredible collage of both the EMEA and North America region. And so seeing something like that come together, not as a request, but as of someone's own passion, is definitely one of the best moments that we get to participate in. And I'm glad that we're actually rewarding that here now at the LAN.
All right, well, you're talking about rewarding things. We often reward our players with our MVP nominations based off of their stellar performances. Well, we also want to reward a player for their positivity this year, okay? We've done it before. You watched Verhulst get that nomination for the Positive Player Award. We're going to be doing that again this time around. So if you guys want to tweet at us on social, let us know your thoughts. Votes will be opening up soon, and you'll be able to get involved in all of that. Hot take?
There are some strong contenders for that vote.
Yeah, I know.
But I mean, as much, Evan is just, he is actually just kind of like, I think he's like just the quintessential competitive like player. Like he is, I mean, I've never seen that guy get mad. He doesn't have an angry bone in his body. He always has a cool head, super smart and just super respectful. I mean, well-deserved last year for sure.
Well, if you guys are wondering when exactly you can give us your votes and participate in all of that, check this out.
So, Hero, what's the plan? Let's do some shopping.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You ready for another round?
Like you saw in there, nominations will be open July 5th through the 21st, so make sure you do that so you can check out who wins this time around. But we still have 3 more matches of Apex Legends in store, and when they're done, we will know which teams are participating in our match point finals, which means it's time to send it on over to Onset and Gaskin to close this out.
Let's do it, let's do it. Let's get into this, everybody. 3 games to go, and I mean, we've just had some crazy zones, to say the least. One thing we can guarantee is that we will not have a trial zone in these next 3 games, because we are changing map, everybody. That's right. World's Edge is done and dusted. We're going over to World's Edge.
Going from World's Edge to World's Edge, according to Mark. Storm Point is what you meant?
I meant Storm Point.
You see, now we could get a trial zone if that was going to happen. Yes, we're going to have Storm Point on our screens, and it is going to be a chance for potential contests again. Of course, we saw TSM double contested when you go across World's Edge and Storm Point, but maybe they did enough in World's Edge with the amount of points they were able to accrue. Also, we might have a contest over towards the mill between KN and MIH.
I will say sometimes I feel so lucky to have you alongside me when we do these things, because my excitement kind of gets me a little bit carried away at times. You bring me back down to earth. Well, I'm sure the excitement here in the Galen Center is going to only go one way. It's going to ramp up as we have 3 more matches to find out who are going to be the teams who will be moving through to that next round. I mean, I kind of feel for a lot of teams in this situation, right? Because you know that this is getting towards tournament life on the line. This is like the last opportunity you might have on that main stage. And the last thing you want to be doing is sitting in the crowd watching tomorrow. If you're a player, I will say, if you're an attendee and you're a spectator, best seats in the house.
Yeah, you just want to see it happen, unfold in front of your very eyes, but it's crunch time now for all of these squads as we are gearing up for match 4 here, and that lucky number we're going to search for how many points you need to get into the grand final from the elimination bracket. It has been 33 points from elimination round 1. It was 31 points from the winners bracket, so anywhere around that 30 points, and you've got to feel quite safe.
Contests and pretty much as pressured as they could be at this point for both teams on both sides of things. If you're deciding you want to contest at this point in this elimination bracket, knowing what's on the line, you quite simply have to win it. At this point in the tournament, Dan, you cannot afford a game where you put 0 points on the board. You do not want to be that team that loses off drop. Here we go then, everybody. Match number 4 is live.
Yeah, you don't want to fall behind here. You have to stay on top. You have to keep up with the leading pack. Now, of course, it is going to be Lightning Rod, TSM and Red Rams. We've seen it all tournament long, but they have been splitting this POI. They've not exactly been contesting each other directly, so I imagine we might see something more of the same. But of course, it will affect rotations. It will affect the loot pool. But we will have to see whether we get a direct contest over towards Mill.
One good thing for both these teams is that the flight path of the dropship is pretty much the first point of contact for Lightning Rod. So both are going to be hitting the floor before some of the other teams have even got the opportunity to jump out of the dropship. But here we are seeing a little bit of a contest going down. And there's going to be Furia who are under pressure here.
Yeah, Kinatrope have actually moved from Mill all the way up to wall here to contest Furia. Furia Furia, though, have got the first knock, and maybe have got the upper hand, but it is now traded out.
Keon's trying to slide in here with the alternator. Can he get the finish though? No! And now he has to think about keeping himself alive. So Furia going back and forth with damage, but they can't quite get that knock.
You can see Vaxlon locked in, knows how important it is. The gets a little bit of assistance over towards Keon here, and it could just be getting a good angle. They've certainly spotted out the two Kinnetrop players. They're going to be inside, locked in.
One thing you can hear is those caustic barrels going down, which is going to make this push a little bit more difficult. It's going to slow it down step by step. Keon is now there himself. As we see the slide coming through, the knockdown shield is going to be vital here. Vaxlon's trying to deal with it. Madness is just watching from the side, and now it's all up to Keon. It's a 1v1 for the bread here over a wall. Keon's trying to hunt it down, trying to find it, and there it is! Furia will win the contest, and they get to play some more Apex.
Yeah, that's a massive win for Furia, a much-needed one as well. Kinnetrop griefing them by dropping over towards wall, and if Furia had gone down, it could have been a very rough last 3 games for them, because Kinnetrop probably would have continued to do so just to try and eliminate a team that is a threat before that potential grand final, because Kinnetrop are sitting on 45 points. They should be absolutely fine and comfortable going into that grand final without a doubt.
As we go back up towards Lightning Rod, where the early contest is still taking place, TSM have managed to get up to blue Evos. And if you want an indication of where that zone is going to be going, we're going down to the southwest. Map overhead is going to show you exactly where we will be finishing. Godrock always going to be a good place to play here, Dan. Getting that height early is going to be huge.
Elevate, they're leading the pack at the moment. They're top of the leaderboard, 54 points, and they've got into a position which looks like they're going to be more than happy to stay here for quite some time. But Crazy Raccoon, you can already see they are making their way through. They might be a problem for Elevate, especially if they catch one of the players off guard. Alliance have a nice easy rotation from Cenote Cave as well, and Heroes also making their way in. So everyone is making a merry journey, but we might just have a fight here. It depends whether Crazy Raccoon can get eyes on Elevate.
Well, they certainly have got eyes on them, but if they want to take the fight, it's another thing altogether, because that extreme height difference between the two teams. You can see Zach Mays is trying to scoop up a bit of extra loot from those loot pills that are in front of him, which is why he's doing a merry dance on his way away. And this is the Godrock we were talking about. The only problem here for Shuby is no sight on the G7 Scout, just the iron sights to work with.
Just the iron sights is never fun. Zach Mazer is in a little bit of a spot of bother. He has been spotted out. He's away from the rest of the team. Smoke should keep him alive, though just about. Scarpa's away. And Crazy Raccoon will also happily take bridge, but Elevate might not want to let them do this.
Oh, and you're going to see Zap's going to swing on this one. Big damage coming in, but he gets counter-swung. And Young is going to take him down. Shuby's trying to move in here to even up those numbers, and around the knockdown shield, we've seen so many dances so far, and it's going to be Seer who fall, and Elevate continue this run.
Yeah, that's really tough for Crazy Raccoon. You can see they wanted the rock, they wanted to play maybe bridge, but now Alliance, hearing all this commotion, say we can get involved as well. But Alliance just need to be careful, and that's why. You've got the long-range weapons available for Elevate. They might be able to get the Wraith, though.
Shuby, I'm pretty sure, did not have a scope with Nut Scout still, and still managed to hit the shots onto effect to take him down. Hackers are going to be able to swing out here, and I think both teams will be able to reset from this position. Nobody really wants to throw their bodies at each other, knowing the damage that had done on one side, and Alliance just happy to reset and get effect back on its feet.
And you can see Alliance down in 14th position, only 8 points so far, and at the moment, the story is going very similarly to previous events. Amazing throughout the group stages, but have been somewhat lackluster once we get into the bracket play. Now, they can change that story. They can change their fortunes, and it could all start here. Storm Point has by far been their better map. When you look at points scored, 100 of their points so far this tournament have been on Storm Point. So if they're going to do it anywhere, it would have to be here.
And to speak about points a little bit, where we find ourselves, right? You looked at those leaderboards, and it almost feels like one win, and you've got 1 foot in that grand final of how close it is.
Yeah, as we mentioned, anything above 30 points, and you're going to start to think about that grand final. And with a victory, you're usually going to get, what, 8, 9 kills, sometimes alongside that. So that's a 20-point game, and it will send you hurtling up those leaderboards. Can certainly ease the nerves. Speaking of nerves, and speaking of teams that historically have not been able to perform and get to those grand finals, Na'Vi down to just 1 now, Matafi on his own.
Matafi trying to scarper away, but Made in Heaven are chasing him down right now. It's Amir on Amir. Violence at this point. Made in Heaven know that he's 1 HP, and Arctic is chasing this down. They want the KP, they're gonna get the KP, and Na'Vi again will fall early.
Only leaves them 2 games then to try and get the job done to send themselves up the leaderboard. Now for Made in Heaven, 14th position, and they'll be pretty happy. They were probably concerned they were going to get contested at Mill by Kinatrope Gaming. They see that they actually dove out to the wall, but Made in Heaven know that Kinatrope could return to Mill next game, so they need to take advantage of a free POI this game.
Well, now we have a look at WMNDY under pressure at the moment. Well, they are going to get the first knock here. Wonton Dumpling is the team on the other side of this, and this is going to have to back out as soon as they try to engage. Peacekeeper in the hands. Can he connect for big numbers, though? That's the question. The answer is yes. Great shots. And plenty of time here to pop that med kit, but this is a little bit of an awkward fight. Just outside of zone, and not sure if they're going to be able to get every single player back on their feet, or if this is just a little bit of a swing into nothingness.
Great nade. Just deleting Wonton Dumpling from the lobby. Geared Gaming also eliminated in that one. Geared Gaming had such an impressive performance earlier. Are they going to be able to find a similar form? But for Wonton, I mean, we saw an impressive regular season, actually an overly impressive regular season from what they did in APAC South, but have not found that form in this tournament whatsoever. WMNDY, though, they keep their hopes alive with a big fight. Even if it was down in the zone, even if it was a little bit risky, as soon as they had that player advantage, they had to capitalize on it. As now we get to check in again with that zone, and we are going to be moving even further west, a little bit further up towards Mill this time.
Cloud9 in a fantastic spot themselves, right deep into zone. Won't have to do too much. They're in those egg buildings at the moment. LG over at Ceto Station, just taking their time, making sure that their loot path is allowing them to be fully kitted as they approach this zone. A really tough rotate for them up that hill towards the zone a little bit later. Have to wonder if they're planning maybe an evac tower or something similar to try and overtake some teams who are already inside of that zone. TSM taking a little bit of a different path here to Jurassic, and they look like they might be running into Furia.
Yeah, what year is it when TSM are running into Furia on their rotation? Takes me back to some historic times in the ALGS, but Furia have definitely been aware of it. They will expect it as well, and they have noticed TSM in their sight lines. I don't think there's going to be a real engagement in the map at the moment. There is enough of a distance where TSM can continue to rotate, but Furia seem to be trying to press onto them here, trying to find any sort of angle to engage in this fight.
You wonder if this is going to be a battle around the ring console you can see in front of you. If Keon wants to hit it, or if they're just going to let him pass and then make that play, and that's exactly what they are going to do. So Furia playing for a ring console information, but also for the Evo that comes off the back of it. And when you get into lobbies like this now, where everybody is almost, that's the micro decision, right? We let TSM pass us. We allow them the rotation to try and play for the information. And now TSM, well, they're doing something pretty similar here. They've got the smokes down. They're going to be able to hit the survey beacon, and that information is going to be transferred across, and the Evo is going to go up as well.
A slightly different composition as well, of course, for TSM, seeing reps on the lifeline, so no ability to get the ring console with this composition, so they have to take advantage of those survey beacons, not only for Evo, but also for information. But an interesting tactic for TSM, and I'm sure we'll see how it goes in the end game, as Lifeline has been very prominent throughout this tournament on several teams here today. Now, Disguise, they're in 5th place, 24 points in the Sentinel, hitting pretty hard.
Fascinating to see the composition change from TSM, something we really don't usually see from them, but obviously a conversation has been had. And the effectiveness of said change will have to be waited to see the results of. Designful narrowly missing this time with the Sentinel himself. 95 this time is going to hit certainly harder. And every single shot that's hitting is getting that Evo only going one way. Still a long way off, but it's getting closer and closer.
Man just doesn't miss in the moment, but sadly can't connect with enough shots to get any sort of knock, but at least it's extra damage and it threatens the players up, which actually other teams can also see those players and maybe even capitalize on the damage themselves. Now you can have a few teams that are moving in. Again, it's going to be Furia who have their sights on something, but it's LG above them right now. For LG, they've been in a few scraps so far in this series. A lot of it was up to the northwest side of the map of World's Edge, if I'm honest. I'm sure they'll be pretty happy to move over to Storm Point, as will a lot of the other squads after those 3 games.
Well, Legends Gaming, who did manage to clutch up on one of those games you saw a little bit earlier. Man on your screen, Koifor with that important 1v1 win for them. So in 3rd place overall at the moment with 38 points. And probably feeling pretty comfortable about things. Looking elsewhere, you can see that SSG are just ahead of them at the moment, or should I say almost parallel to them, as they move through the Cenote Cave. That's where Fury have hit that evac tower, and now they're flying towards the zone.
Yeah, they're going to be flying, and you can see the kill feed as well. A couple of knocks against Red Rams on their rotation through. Fury have found somewhere to call home, but it isn't exactly a safe spot right now as Red Rams do get eliminated. The kill feed down to 14 teams. Vaxlon just needs to try and dip, dodge, and dive, and will do so, but this isn't comfortable at all.
This really isn't comfortable. It's almost uncomfortable to watch. But Vaxlon does get a corner to pop that med kit and pop that battery. The Valk missiles are going to come in, but Missile Swarm is only going to chip away at damage.
A brief look at the map, just as these teams are making their way from the more further out areas. SSG just have one player alive, by the way. So that's going to be difficult for them. Disguised are also making a big rotation from the northern side to try and maybe contest the team that is up towards Mill. There are a lot of teams who have found a home in this circle, and then just a few more who are going to have to join them. And then that's when the party will start. That's when the action will unfold.
It's fascinating to see as we look at this overhead, right? Look at what a great position Alliance have. They're back to zone. They're able to only force, what's in front of them. They don't have to worry about anyone zone wrapping on them. But the position that they're in the leaderboards just puts so much pressure on them. They all know more than anyone that the position they're in is a potential game-winning one. And we mentioned one game here, one win here. You are so close to the grand finals. TSM now trying to take advantage of a team coming out of the skies and catching them as they drop.
Yeah, a couple of reds for TSM, and you say one win could send you to the grand finals. One big game here, maybe even an average game for TSM, could send them into the grand finals. They're already on 28 points. Avoiding the Rolling Thunder at the moment, it's WMNDY who are on the other side of this. TSM, they've got a good angle. They're actually in a really good position because they can kind of hold them out here. They can gatekeep a little bit.
Verhel's also got the Turbo Havoc, so if anyone tries to jump on him, he's going to have no wind-up whatsoever when it comes to one of the best guns in the game for one of the best players in the game in that short-range engagement. LG now making their play, and what a play this could be for them. Eighth overall here, Dan. They are right on the precipice.
Yeah, well, where do they go? LG are really going to struggle here, as are Legends Gaming at the moment. Just strafing Flame, the last remaining player. You can see it's Alliance who are doing so much damage from that bridge we saw Alliance take so early on in this game, and now strafing Flame might just have to accept the inevitable, but he will do everything he can to try and survive here.
I mean, the shield battery gets popped with just 1 HP left. But he's got to be careful. You can see he's healing in the smokes at the moment. That's going to be the perk, but not enough. Legends Gaming, they're eliminated. Now we have 13 squads remaining. Alliance doing so much damage there.
That looked like a very slippy wall. Now Elevate are down to just 2. And remember, it's Alliance on the other side, and Alliance have the upper hand in this fight. Maybe they'll push this one.
Heroes eliminated in the meantime. WMNDY eliminated too. We are almost down to single-figure teams that are left, and no surprise to see that with how open this zone is and what a big power position this Godrock can be.
You can see as it stands in the overall standings right now. So the cutoff is 14 points in the moment to get to the grand final, but of course 2 matches still to play. We're expecting that to raise to around 30 odd. Now, Omid, able to take one of the more powerful positions. They can certainly pick up some good damage from here and potential KP as well. Because even though there's 11 squads, which doesn't seem like that much, look at how many of them still have to move into that next zone.
And it's Cloud9 who have Godspot. They have that building, they have that egg, and they'll know it. But this is their chance to put those guaranteed points on the board here. Omid can play party pooper to so many teams trying to rotate in here. Might see a spot to play, might have a first jump on a team that they're trying to move up to, but a couple of shots from 30-30s from height can swing a fight in the favor of someone who doesn't have that initial advantage. Alliance are making a play here. They're trying to wrap onto C9.
Yeah, Alliance could actually take this, or they could just hold and be careful. It's whether they want to try and take the height away. This could be a big play. This could be the biggest play that Alliance have done so far in this series. Remember, they're in 12th at the moment. They need some sort of big game if they really want to find themselves in the grand finals of this tournament.
TSM now in a little fight. Imperial Howard's going to have to use a battery here to stay alive. Does have the gold RE45 with a Digi, but is he going to get to fire it? Is he going to get to use it? The battery gets popped at just the right time. TSM trying to force their way into zone, and look at this spray coming from Verhos. Great shots coming in from him. TSM are making their play. Let's jump in to elicit it.
I'm smoking us. I'm dead. No, come on, come on. I can't get you. Can't go the way, Jordan. You can't go the way. I'm safe on me. Trying to get to you. I'm gonna die and crawl in. Can you punch me in or no?
No.
Oh, sure?
So. Yeah, you're dead. You're dead.
No. Gotta play your life. I just can't do anything. I can try. I mean, you gotta slow down, Evan. Like you can't get down.
TSM will fall on their rotate down, and now EA as a 2 still trying to hold this sprint position.
Yeah, Elevators are 2 are doing so impressively at just making themselves big, making themselves feel like a 3 with the damage output we're currently seeing, and they are just keeping teams away. They're holding them at arm's length, and it's very impressive.
LG eliminated 2. Puts a bit more pressure on their shoulders moving forward as well. What an opportunity this is for DSG, though, disguised up on the high ground. Plenty of range in the weaponry as well. Timmy's taking a little bit of damage himself. Gonna have to just back down for a second here and pop that bat. There's 7 squads remaining. And it's still C9 who are in the best position here on the map, but Made in Heaven are pushing them.
Yeah, Made in Heaven have found a spot to reside next to Cloud9, but I wonder how friendly they're going to be.
This portal could be massive from design.
Big chance for this portal to maybe bring them into the action as Omen will take down Elevate, finally Elevate fall, but at what cost? Blast the last remaining player, but are they going to get back up to a 2? It looks like the res will happen. This is what I was talking about. Made in Heaven and Cloud9 going tooth and nail against one another, and Disguise now involved.
Whereas the enemy gets the knock on the outside, and now DSG can just hold, because everybody else has to Scarpa, has to leave to try and stay alive. It's a massive play from the Wraith. The Zion's got them into such a good position, and now they're inside of this building. 6 squads remaining, affecting the kill feed on the Zineful though, and now DSG are under pressure.
Absolute carnage right now for Timmy. He's just trying to stay alive. Disguise don't really know where to go. Effect has just got a double with an arc grenade, and now we're going to see whether the Arcstar can do enough damage to get them involved in the fight as well.
Complexity have just completely cleared this side of zone, and this is their chance. This is their opportunity, not only for KP, but for points on the board as well.
Haunting was saying, this composition, is it good enough? Is it going to be the composition that maybe makes them play on hard mode? Well, this is the opportunity to show what Sheila can do in a final circle like this. Omit eliminated, 5 squads now remain.
Alliance still up on the high ground though, overlooking everything. And it's the perfect top-down view of what's about to take place. You have Alliance on one side of the zone, you have Complexity on the other. Made in Heaven, Disguise, and Cloud9, the remnants of some, in and around that egg building. Who's going to make the first step forward, though? You can see Effect, he wants some kills here.
Yeah, Lions are really trying to just initiate the fight with inside this egg, try and force those 3 teams to get involved with one another so they can reside next to one another as well. Complexity and Alliance are the 2 teams who have to move first from north and south. But I wonder if anyone is mad enough, crazy enough within that egg to start fighting each other.
Designful just charge up the Sentinel, and let me tell you, 1 shot to the head, regardless of your armor, is going to change the trajectory of a fight. C9 still inside of this building. They have been here for pretty much the entire game. Made in Heaven, they're taking the height, and they're taking the top floor of the egg as well. And now they're going to be able to rain down some fire, and it's Complexity who made that move in. But the one thing the Sheila Wolves can't help you with is shots coming down from above.
3 of these teams are in the bottom 10 at the moment. This is massive for all involved. Disguise, though, they're getting those points, just chunking them up slowly but surely, but it's Made in Heaven at the moment, dreaming of all the kills. They're just walking in front of them.
Complexity gone, eliminated. They will not get any more points in this game as we have 4 squads now remaining, and everyone outside of Alliance is within spitting distance of each other. Alliance walking their way up. No Nox gas available here for Unlucky as well, so they're going to have to bide their time here. No Ultic cells either. Hackis does have Beast of the Hunt though, so if it does get a little bit gassy and it does get smoky, he's going to be able to give them those scans to give them the info.
Yeah, that's important just to have extra vision here because someone might have a Nox grenade as well inside. No caustic for Made in Heaven though, but the horizon could make a bit of a difference here. Just to be able to elevate yourself out of everything, get a top-down view, and then join the fight late. We'll have to see what happens as now you can see the portal also being laid down by Disguise. Plenty of different legends that can really affect this final circle.
And Disguise who are just a 2, remember. The portal got them into the spot they find themselves in. Is it going to be able to get them out into the next one? Made in Heaven, tiptoeing forward, trying to wait for damage to be done, and now they have to make that move as Taxington, he goes up into the sky where the oxygen is thin to try and make the play to win this game. The ult goes down, the black hole, can they make a play off the back of this?
Black hole onto Alliance, and now you're going to get in, now you're going to get the damage. Alliance eliminated, 3 squads now remain, but Made in Heaven, they've taken so much hits here.
Made in Heaven are eliminated, they will be going down, and maybe it's going to be Disguise.
tries to Zypho! Zypho can't do it! And C9! A massive win for C9! The team who were dead center zone for so long convert that position into a win.
And you said it, a victory here in the elimination round 2 could be enough to send you into that grand final. It is 1 foot in the door as Cloud9 send themselves up into 7th position in the overall standings. They had that building, they had that space for so long that they were able to kind of set up and be that team that was such a nuisance to any of the other squads that were arriving a little bit later. What an effort from every other squad involved there for a very exciting endgame that was heavily influenced by all sorts of legends.
Yeah, it's such a fun endgame to watch. Everyone trying to navigate the traffic, but dude, my heart is beating watching that endgame. That was absolutely ridiculous. You can only imagine what it feels like for all of the C9 players right now. And I think one thing that the man on the left of your screen, Naughty, is probably thinking is, thank God there wasn't another lifeline to ruin it for us.
And that puts 5 teams on 33 points plus. Elevate, Kinatrope, Legends, Disguised, and TSM. Now, I'm not saying that's a guaranteed number for teams that are going to get into the grand final, but it is certainly more of a safe space to be right now, especially with 2 matches to go. And teams like Cloud9, they put themselves just 1 step closer. But it does get a little bit more concerning for all those teams who are outside of the top 10.
Certainly does indeed. Those teams outside the top 10 now are thinking we have 2 more games. Just 2 more games to put the points on the board that we need to be a part of the match point finals tomorrow. And that pressure, it's not something you can recreate at home. It's not something you can recreate in the Pro League, regional finals, whatever it might be. That pressure on the main stage you cannot recreate unless you are sat there right now.
Well, there's the confirmed results then. Cloud9, 18 points on the board. So it's not a huge win, right? Only 6 kills alongside it, but still one that could heavily contribute to their chances of getting into that grand final. Disguise putting 13 points on the board as well. I think that's going to be a game we look back on for their chances of getting to grand final. Made in Heaven with 13, Alliance with 11, much needed points to put them in the conversation of top 10 as well.
The crazy thing is though, you look at that, right, and nobody has gone and put the huge game on the board, which kind of just puts the pressure on everyone still in this next game because everyone is still going to be so close. We'll take a look at the second page here just to see the teams who didn't get as many points on the board. One thing to point out here is the 7 points in total from WMNDY. 6 kills contributing to them.
A big surprise for me, Red Rams not being able to put much points on the board. Storm Point has been their home all tournament long, but they've not really been able to get going, and part of that because they're splitting a POI with TSM. It's never going to be fun. But yeah, the 7 points you speak of for WM and DY, just showing they are still a big threat in this lobby with how they're fighting.
Well, that's the match 4 results. We need to look at the overalls, though, the series scores, because this is what it's all about. I mean, if you wanted to get any closer, you're crazy. Made in Heaven, they hold down the last qualification place on 18 points. Complexity have 18 points as well at 11th.
And Alliance 17, WMNDY 17, Geared Gaming 14. Like, it's so close. As we mentioned, even if Red Rams or Heroes were to get a victory in the next game, they propel themselves up to those top 10 spots or certainly nearby that 10th spot. And it just becomes so tight. It becomes so terrifying as a player, as a team, as an IGL in particular. One bad call, and that could be you out of the tournament.
One bad call, a couple of missed shots, one misplaced, or whatever it might be. This is the situation where if you don't make it, you are looking back on those moments of maybes that, you know, we didn't quite do what we needed to do. The call wasn't quite right, but if you do make it, you just look ahead to tomorrow and you completely forget about the bad and you're looking forward to doing some more good. But I mean, we're sweating, we're working our way through this at the moment. I know that Peeps is in the crowd at the moment too. He's catching up with some people who are probably feeling the emotions just as much as we are.
On set, thank you so much. Apex, what up? I love that, I love that. So we are here, what is your name and where are you from?
I'm Kimberly, I'm from Michigan.
And who are you a fan of?
Well, Furia.
All right, where the Furia fans at? Y'all gotta make some more noise if you want these boys to qual, man. They need your energy. So I got a question, Kimberly. If you have a moment right now to talk to the fellas, they're on the cusp of qualifying for finals. What do you want to say to them?
We got them right where we want them, boys. You just got to keep pushing. We're going to get there, and it's going to be dank.
You heard it here. Crowd, make some noise. Stella, take it away.
Hey, listen, Peep, I love you, man, but I think I got you beat on Superfans. Look at my section. Can we get some cheering here? Yeah, see? Yeah, we're in the better section. And let me raise you one more bar. We've got some Made in Heaven superfans here. So who are you, and why are you superfans of Made in Heaven?
So I'm Tarvo, and I'm from Finland, and we are cheering for the Made in Heaven because Synetics is my older son, and here's my younger son, and here's
Amazing. Okay, so I have to ask, since he's your son, everything's on the line, would you give up your favorite food to make sure he wins?
well, that might be the pizza.
Yeah, and you're the youngest son right here. Are you debating on going into Apex Esports 2 and maybe playing against your big brother?
Yes.
Yes, I absolutely love it. Yes, and Mom, how did you feel when your son was like, hey, I want to get into Apex Esports?
Well, I can say that first of all, it was a bit difficult to see all the esports and how much it takes time. But when we can see that the Synetic is so good at it, then, well, here we are.
Yeah, all right. So we just saw match 4, 10th place. Can they do it, Dad?
Definitely.
Let's go. All right, yeah. Let's keep this energy going. All right, Onset and Gaskin, take it away.
Absolutely loving the energy here in LA. I've got to say, Dan, you can feel it though, can't you? You can feel the emotion. You've got the parents there, the proud parents who want to see their son do well. You've got the fans who are sat there just hoping they can come back tomorrow to support their teams. And I think that everyone who is in this building right now is thinking the same thing. Like, if my team's not already in the final, please, I'll give up anything, even my favorite food, just to see them play tomorrow.
Even the pizza. Honestly, it gets me every time.
Maybe
Not the pizza. When the parents get involved and it's just the siblings, almost makes me want to just cry. It's just amazing. Apex community, you always get to me.
Well, we've got to turn our attention back to business now, though, because we've got 2 more games, and it's crazy. 2 more games to survive, essentially, at this point. By the way, speaking of things that, stressful, one thing that doesn't stress me out is how good you look right now, because that hoodie is clean. The relaxing colors. What do you got?
Honestly, they seem to get better and better every single event. If you want one of these fantastic Nessie hoodies or one of the exclusive shirts of Wraith on them as well from the, of course, Split 1 playoffs, you can get them online at the moment. You can see right down here, playapexshop.com. And there is a limited sale at the moment this weekend where you can pre-order these as well. So make sure you do that because, honestly, comfiest one yet. I always have to try them. I always test them to make sure they're comfy, and I can secure it is comfortable.
I would agree with that because, I was sat in the hotel room, I had to watch yesterday because I wasn't feeling 100%, but I was sat in that hoodie, and let me tell you, I made the day a lot better.
Not this hoodie, because it would have been a lot bigger because I had to size down.
That would have been weird if I brought you a hoodie I was ill in all day to
that
wear.
That would be very
Let's move on. Let's talk about the game. Let's talk about the leaderboards. Let's talk about the teams who are going to be panicking a little bit here. I mean, who are you looking at right now and thinking, oh, this is really getting dicey?
I think that, well, anyone in the bottom 5, you've got Crazy Raccoon, you've got Na'Vi, Heroes, Red Rams, and Wonton Dumpling are going to be the teams who are a little bit nervous going into match 5 and 6. And of course, those nerves will elevate when we get into match number 6, the final one. But a team that's not nervous is Elevate, right? First place, 61 points. They're going to be in that grand final. And I think genuinely, they are going to be a real threat in that grand final. Of course, no sort of points advantage if you are approaching from the elimination round 2, but still, you're going to be in form. You're going to have a lot of momentum on your side.
Looking at some of the other big names that are just outside of qualification spots right now. We mentioned Complexity. They are tied, essentially, on points for that final qualification spot. Just behind them, you have Alliance, who just dominated the group stages. But is it going to be the same story, Dan? Domination in the groups, slowing up in the bracket, and this would be disappointing for them to not make finals.
Yeah, I don't think that Alliance will be
like really, really worried going into match 5 because they are close enough. They're within touching distance of the top 10, but a bad game here. And then that's when I think the memories will start to come into the back of their head once more of what they'd previously been unable to achieve in other tournaments. The same could be said for the likes of Na'Vi. They've been struggling a little bit, but still within a shot as long as they can pick up some form here as we're into match number 5.
Match number 5 is live, everybody. 2 more games. That's all we have left to bring you today. 2 more games to write yourselves into the history books to get to that match point final tomorrow. Who's going to be thriving? Who's going to be surviving? And who's going to be watching from the stands?
Well, Kinatrope dropping onto Furia yet again here, and that will, of course, leave things open up towards the mill for Made in Heaven, so that is good news for the Made in Heaven super fans.
Well, there seems to be, what should we say, a little bit of a split of the contest here. Elsewhere, you can see Red Rams and TSM still looking at each other, but waving kindly, lovingly. Kinatrope and Mia K trying to fight at the moment. Charged up Sentinel going to be good, but no targets to try and pick out at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment, no fight happening to talk about here. Nothing happening on the side of Lightning Rod either. TSM and Red Rams still just happily splitting that POI. As everyone in venue, very happy as they can see what's happening on the screen again. We get to see what's on the map though, and we're heading south, down between Barometer and Pylon, and you can see where Crazy Raccoon currently reside as well. A lot of teams through Jurassic Park, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, right? It's a similar zone to what we saw yesterday, where a lot of teams banked on Barometer buildings, maybe, you know, the Bamboo Island being the finish, and then it pulled up a little bit more north towards Jurassic. We'll have to see if third beacon info is going to be vital for teams to make their decision and how they descend and how they approach this zone for now. But looking at the contest at the moment, it looks like everybody is still alive. There's been nobody who's been knocked. Everyone has either split loot, and I've got to say, no surprise whatsoever. Just remember, this is the last 2 opportunities you have to put points on the board. If you are outside of that top 10 and you are contesting, you cannot afford to hard contest at this point.
You don't want to have to go into Sunday watching from the stands. You want to be able to be on that stage and live your dream that so many of these guys and girls have just been wanting to do forever, really. You can see what it means to some of the players when they get that victory. Esports, it just hits different. Now, Alliance, can they make something of this, or are they going to do it again? Now, elsewhere, by the way, Furia have just taken a fight with DSG, you can see in the kill feed.
I think Furia might have just caught one of them off guard, because Furia worked their way through the wall building and down towards where DSG was still looting, and they were very, very split, to say the least. And I think Furia just saw the opportunity, and they were like, oh, okay, cool, I'm just going to take that kill. Alliance, though, is going to be our focus for now, and understandably why. Because this is a team who, like we said before, dominated the group stage, set records while we've been here in LA, but they're so close. But they're on the wrong side of being close at the moment. They are so close to not qualifying that it will be such a disappointment.
It will hurt more if they're that close as well, where it's only 1 or 2 points. We've seen it already throughout today, whether it's not getting into elimination round 2 or whether it's not getting into the grand final in the previous rounds, as now Furia are moving on in. They say we've already found one of DSG, maybe we can find the rest. Let's jump into a listening and see how Furia do it.
I have to sell. I can slide through right now. They're on height. Scanning.
I'm looking for good verse.
I have to hit a bat, I'm gonna pop off.
Yeah, heard. I hit one with the nade.
I'm scanning, I'm putting it. Yeah, I'm queuing here.
Just take it up. Go up, got the Q, Max. They dropped.
I got front.
Caustic 1.
I got shot from wide. I got shot from wide. Far by. We're good. I'm 1 HP, I'm not helping you guys. I'm healing.
He's low. He's one. No, actually one. Pushing.
That's all you guys. I see no red around us.
He's popping in bat.
Well, the result of this is going to be that DSG will fall and Furia will pick up the final kills. And how important is that for them, Dan? Not only did they get the full squad right there, nobody went down, they have the loot, all that good stuff, but it's guaranteed points for them. But here come Geared Gaming.
Yeah, sadly the fight went on a little bit too long, and that is just always going to invite the third party. And with a ring console here, it's always inviting.
Keon's on his own at the moment. You can see that he knows, he's just running. He's just trying to get away.
Yeah, Geared Gaming, they're on the hunt. I think they recognize that, and now you've got to try and get away, but also stall a little bit so that your teammates can catch up and try and find an angle so you can take this fight together.
And this is two teams that are outside of that top 10 as well, so this becomes even more important, this fight. Keon is doing an amazing job so far to get away, to try and resort to a position where his teammates can give him some cover. The Horizon Q, the grab lift is going to be good enough to get him into a position at least, which is away from Geared Gaming, but now the zone becomes a slight issue for both teams.
Keon was literally kiting the entirety of Geared Gaming there, and now they have to, sadly, push out of a POI where Furia are going to be surrounding them. So Furia were on the back foot, but now they technically could have the upper hand. But you've always got to be careful of other teams that could be in the area, and actually there is another one. LG aren't so far away, so if there is gunfire here, if a fight breaks out, LG will certainly have a sniff.
And this is one of those fights, one of those situations right now as our incredible observer team in the back show us exactly where LG are going. Wonton Dumpling eliminated, by the way, in the meantime. But however this fight ends up going, whoever comes out healthiest, still alive with some KP, this could have a big impact on those final standings.
Well, Furia have been able to bypass LG. Geared Gaming also have gone the other way, so we're not going to get any action up towards Northpad. And for good reason, you were mentioning it, you've got 14th place and 15th place in Furia and Geared Gaming. They're not going to want to take too many risks. Now we check in with SSG, they've lost one, but they do take down WMNDY. So SSG, 7th place in the moment, 25 points. Again, poising themselves very well for the grand final. As we get to check in again once more with the map, you can see TSM on the right-hand side of your screen are going to be moving in via Launchpad. But it is going to be a tough rotation through Sito Station and potentially through Jurassic Park here. Now, yes, that's what I was expecting, the continuation of the pull south. So Jurassic Park becomes a choke point where a lot of teams can kind of use those fences to hold people up and get some KP.
It'll be interesting to see if it's going to pull south here, across the open water towards those eggs, or if it is going to be Bamboo Island, or maybe even a little bit further into Barometer, but not a lot of space to play late on this zone, which is something a few teams might be able to stack up in some of the buildings of Barometer, but when it gets late, you're going to see the lobby get cut in half so quickly because of the vast open water that these teams are going to have to try and navigate. It's a tough zone to play this one.
A lot of teams, though, are playing zone. It happens when you get to the latter stages of tournaments. You get people that are a little bit more anxious in these final games, so they just want to try and get to the zone as quick as possible. That means we're going to be seeing a lot more of this, blue armors. But on the outside and the outskirts, you get fights like this, purple armors, red armors, TSM versus SSG.
Bang ult's going to go down. That's going to be from the side of SSG as well. And now Phony looking to make his move, and it looks like they've isolated one player here. How gets absolutely decimated. He is so far away from the rest of his team. And SSG just pounced on that opportunity.
Pounced on them, and now the rest of TSM just have to flee here. And I think they've actually sent it two ways. They've just hedged their bets on two different directions and said, one of us surely will survive here to maybe get some placements.
Reps have screamed at Verhulst, go on without me. Leave me behind. Survive and get us back in the game another time. Reps will go down. That's 2 KP for SSG, by the way.
Somehow made Reps sound Scottish then. I don't know how
It was not Scottish.
It was close to. It was like a Northern Englishman, but
that was not
TSM
sorry.
down to 1, and now are going to be on the far east. Furia might catch wind of it. They certainly would have heard the commotion, and now LG, 8th place, 23 points. They're going to make their move from Sito. This was the area I was worried about, going from Sito up towards Jurassic, and it's Made in Heaven who are on the gate, and they are going to be very excited if LG start to approach up this hill.
I wish you hadn't have said that, because all I can hear myself is in a Scottish accent now. It's really weird what's going on in my brain. But LG, they've got to use their brains right now as they approach Jurassic. This is going to be a tough rotate. Anytime you're trying to rotate in and around Jurassic, you just know there's so few entry and exit points unless you have that evac tower. And those two doors are usually going to be watched by the teams that are inside. So a very tough decision for them to make. But they got one of the best brains in the game to try and navigate that traffic. Cloud9, though, again, in a great position for the end game. Not for the first time. Last game, we saw them doing something extremely similar, and they managed to convert.
You can see, even with that victory, right? 1 foot in the door because you're in the top 10, but 24 points may not have you safe. If we're thinking it's around 30 points, they still need to do something in these last 2 games just to get closer towards that total. But they're in a good position at the moment that should at least get them minimum top 10 unless another team decides they want to try and take that position off them, which has happened in this lobby. We've seen it a few times where a team will just dive on another squad, maybe as a last resort, maybe as a planned attack.
Gotta show some love to the three gentlemen on your screen right now, by the way. Omit have been absolutely superb so far. I think a lot of people may have not given them a chance of making finals, with all due respect coming into this tournament. Well, they're in 6th place at the moment, with 1 game left after this one, and what an achievement that would be for the EMEA powerhouse.
Well, will they be able to take this fight, though? It's down on armor against Furia, 2 purples to work with, grenades starting to go out. If any of these nades hit, that could be all you need, but the Rolling Thunder will force Furia away here. You can see, oh wow, beautiful synergy. Just sending down the grab lift to make sure Madness could get out of dodge.
Still have this high ground as well, and now Madness can overlook Vaxilon. Omit have got some decisions to make here. Do they want to try and force their way through? Or do they just want to find a place to play? You can see that both teams will be safe for now. And I think this is just an agreement that everybody can enjoy the rest of their game. TSM, though, back up to 3.
Somehow, some way, TSM have done it, and actually, we know they made that change to the lifeline, and it has very much favored them in this instance. Of course, having a support character when you're in a contest is going to be important. Now, Kinatrope are down to just 2, and it could get even worse, but good damage coming out. The Gold Devo doing its job right now.
Mischievous and devious. We all know what the Devo can do in this situation, but why this fight is going down, both TSM and Furia are trying to third party at the same time. Red Rams will be eliminated. Now this could get messy. This could get so messy for Furia. They're trying to third, and if TSM take them down, this could be a bad decision.
Could be, but they weren't to know that TSM were going to be there as well, because of course TSM late on the rotation because of the reses. Now Keon takes down Reps. Kinatrope will get eliminated. Howl also goes down. Furia back on top here.
This could be massive for Furia if they can finish off this fight and get these KP. Then it will put them in a great spot. The PK not connecting though. The host versus Vaxilon. A massive, massive moment potentially for Furia in this tournament. Vaxilon's looking for it. He gets the spray. It's 96. It's not enough. That's SSG. Now come in.
A slither of health for Verholst, but sadly he's going to be hunted down and quickly eliminated, and TSM go down. SSG arrive at the party at the perfect time. And yes, okay, there's a Rolling Thunder here, but no other teams in the area, so SSG can breathe. They did their job. That was carnage up towards Jurassic Park.
That building will be remembered for quite some time by everybody who was involved in that fight. Made in Heaven, this is the team who hold down the final qualification spot. If it was to end right now, they would be in the grand final tomorrow, but they know there's plenty more Apex to be played. Not just this game, but the one after as well.
There is more points required. They know that 21 points would not be enough to get them done. They have to try and push for more, and they are doing so as they make their way into center zone.
Well, the good thing for them here is they know there's only 13 teams alive, so there's going to be space to slam into zone, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Omit have been eliminated in the meantime. 12 squads now remaining, and you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, as it stands, they would be your 10 teams who go to final.
Haven't had a chance to talk about heroes much in this game. By the way, Geared Gaming just got eliminated, so 11 squads remain. They're in a good position at the moment. Of course, the circle is drifting away from them, but having this vantage point, a good chance to do damage, potential KP. Made in Heaven might get forced into SSG here just because of the damage that heroes were putting down. You can see through the smoke, you can see nothing at this point, but Made in Heaven full send it.
It's all up to you, Taxington. You're last alive for your squad. Can you survive? No! Made in Heaven will fall, as SSG will also survive, most importantly in all of this.
Yeah, might be able to get a res as well. You can see Zainu was there and hitting the res just as we moved over to the likes of Complexity on blues at the moment. Struggling a little bit with their rotation. You can see they've taken a lot of damage, but they finally find somewhere to call home, but there's just not much cover. Not much cover at all, and they are being shot from all over the place. Kimchi and Monsoon still alive, though. Can they get away and maybe even get a res here?
Monsoon's trying to smoke his teammates to get them back on their feet, but that might have just put out the signal of where those knocks were. Elevate, once again, the monsters of this lobby. Complexity will be eliminated. They will have an extremely nervy final game in this elimination bracket. SSG continue their move forward as well. They are all back on their feet. They're all alive. Just 9 squads remain here.
Yeah, getting into the top 5 here for SSG would allow them to not be nervous going into match 6. Just give them that points total that would give them a little bit more confidence of getting to the grand final. As for Heroes, down in 18th place, so just being in the top 10 here is big, giving them that chance to get to the final circle. Again, even if we were to see them find a victory here, they'd still be in the conversation for grand final with one more match to play. But are we asking too much? Now, they have done it often on Storm Point, but can they do it again now whilst their backs are against the wall?
Well, there's one team to just mention here, and that's going to be Alliance. Alliance are in one of the buildings that's going to be inside of the next zone, but only a slither of that building is in. But if they can hold it, and that building is where Heroes find themselves on top of right now, this could be a massive, massive swing moment for them.
Well, Heroes and LG are both trying to push out at exactly the same time. Heroes go up high, LG go down low. And it looks like they're both able to happily coincide for now, but there's a lot of other teams that are trying to get involved with this one. All the meanwhile, by the way, Zainu and SSG has taken down one member of E8. But this is where you were talking about SSG and Alliance both in the area, but Heroes doing some damage from the high ground.
Elevator gone. SSG are gone as well. 2 more teams fall. Both of those teams were safe inside of the top 10, though. Good points for them, sure, but finishing where they do in this game is not going to really change their position when it comes to the end of this game. Team like Heroes, though, big changes. And look at the kill feed as well. Naughty with a frag grenade's going to take down Slayer from LG.
This is Heroes' moment. They're not going to get a better chance than this for big points games to give them the opportunity. Crazy Raccoon, also another squad who have that chance now to push themselves. There is a lot of teams here in the bottom 10 that need it, as LG eliminated in 7.
Massive moment for Na'Vi here. Just 10 points on the board, but we know how close it is. This evac could be their tournament. The pings will come in. Will Na'Vi's feet touch the floor? Will they be safe? The answer is yes. Na'Vi will be okay.
Get those barrels down, take some space, and start to thinking about how you are going to win this game, because the circle is pulling right towards you in the moment. It's the perfect evac tower at a really good time. There was a lot of distraction from the rest of the lobby. Crazy Raccoon didn't even notice Na'Vi flying in. So you can see Cloud9 have also found a home, but they're currently being fired upon. It was Na'Vi who just spotted them out of a corner, but Alliance have all this time just been slowly going silently about their business right below Heroes.
I mean, all Alliance are thinking right now is just stay here. We don't have to make a play yet. They might have a bang ult available as well, which will force Heroes down off of that height at some point before they have to move into zone. And as they jump off, of course, there'll be other teams in the vicinity who'll put shots onto them. Maybe that's their opening. However, Na'Vi is the team for me who need to be focused on. Blue Armors is going to make it so tough for them to hold where they are at the moment in zone. Crazy Raccoons still have to move their way in. They can play the bridge quite late. Legends Gaming have to move across the outside, but this is the moment, Dan. Round 5 is closing.
Yeah, Legends Gaming and Crazy Raccoon are both fighting one another at the moment. Dogma's gone down. Strafing Flame has also fallen. Na'Vi are taking a look at it from distance as both of them have fallen. So Na'Vi, they help out with a third party from all the way over towards bridge. And now we have 4 teams that are left. Na'Vi hold that bridge. Na'Vi hold one of the best spots. Cloud9, Alliance, and Heroes all on that northwest side. So this is going to be difficult for all 3 of these teams, but the advantage C9 have is the cover at the moment. They don't have to really worry about Heroes and Alliance. Their main threat is Na'Vi.
Na'Vi at the moment have complete control of the eastern side of the zone and the southern side. It's all theirs. Everybody else has to leave and interact with each other before Na'Vi have to do anything. And when you are down in 18th place with just 10 points on the board, Na'Vi, this is a game you simply have to convert.
No Rolling Thunder for Alliance to work with on their rotation. Maybe might have the ability to just smoke off and try and make a play though, but with Heroes above them, excuse me, they need to actually have a pretty solid game plan, and Heroes have the Nox gas. That Nox grenade is going to be a real threat, as well as Rolling Thunder. So Heroes in prime position with these ultimates.
They're going to swing out left here. I think they want to try and take the prime position away from Na'Vi.
Uh-oh.
Instead, Alliance now have to make their leave on the building. They're just trying to buy as much time as they physically can. All the Rolling Thunders are going down, and you can feel every single bullet, how much it means to these teams. Na'Vi have got to be the most nervous out of all of them because they know this is their game. Alliance are eliminated. We have 3 squads remaining.
Na'Vi are just avoiding all this gunfire, but getting involved at the right time. 3 squads remain, but Na'Vi are deleting them from a distance.
Well, this is your chance, Na'Vi, to silence the haters, to silence the doubters, to get this win on the board. C9 will fall as well. It's one more player. Tyler flies in, and Na'Vi will get it done.
A victory that sends Na'Vi right into that top 10. Suddenly, 10th position is theirs. One step closer to the grand final, but it is still not job done. One more match to play, but Na'Vi, at least they are now in the conversation for the grand final.
And if you want to know how close it is, they have just overtaken Alliance into 10th position. If it was to finish now, Na'Vi would qualify. Alliance would be out, but both, Dan, are on 24 points.
And Na'Vi will know that once they let the adrenaline just die down a little bit, once they start to assess what went right in that game, and they start to look at the standings, they'll realize that there is still a lot of work to do here. And it's not as simple as just one victory to send you to a grand final. That's how tight the lobby is going to be. And of course, we will continue to go over how close it is later when we look at those series standings. But when you look at that game for Na'Vi, you mentioned it, when the evac tower dropped, the tournament was potentially on the line there for Na'Vi. Had it gone wrong, and we could have been talking about another failure for Na'Vi of not reaching that grand final.
Here's your match 5 results. 5 kills alongside the 12 placement points means Na'Vi end up with 17. Heroes just in behind them. 13 total for them. C9 another big, important, vital game with 11 points on the board. Alliance, a good game. But good at this point might not be enough. One team to point out though, SSG. 13 points and 11 of them came from KP.
11 KP just to send them up the leaderboard and probably send them into a grand final. Let's look at the second page and the teams that fell a little bit earlier. Furia may have fallen early, but they did get 6 kills to go alongside it, which again is going to be fantastic for their chances of trying to push their way into the grand final. But you've just got to get enough points so you can get close enough to the top 10 and at least give yourself an opportunity here in this final match.
Here's your top 3 stats from the teams who took home those top 3 placements. Not a huge amount of damage from Na'Vi in that game, but who cares when you get those points on the board. Heroes, no surprise to see that damage so high. They were playing the height of barometer for quite some time, able to rain down shots. C9 not going to be able to convert a great position this time, but top 3, they'll take that after the win of the last game.
Well, this is now how we can look at the lay of the land. The series results at that top 10. So right now, those players and teams would be going to the grand final, but look how close it is. Now, we can pretty safely say Elevate, Kinotrope Gaming, Legends Gaming, TSM, Skies, they're all probably safe going into the grand finals. But everyone outside of that, it's still a little bit nervous, but really, it's LG, it's Na'Vi, it's Alliance, Made in Heaven, Complexity. They're the teams competing for those final few spots in the grand finals.
Well, my question to you is, you ready to get into this final game?
Of course I'm absolutely ready.
Well, I'm not. We're going to go for a quick break. When we get back, we'll have game number 6 coming your way.
This world is so fragile.
Welcome back, everybody, to one of the most pressure-filled moments in the tournament of the Split 1 playoffs. One more game to play to decide who goes through to that grand final. And taking a look at some of the awesome cosplay that we've got here in LA as well, Dan. Honestly, every single time I see it, it's just like it gets more impressive.
Awesome, but yet terrifying as well. Ulta really going to change the game, not only in cosplay, but also inside the actual game of Apex Legends, and I cannot wait for her to be added in just a few days. The update's going to be mental, and I'm sure it's going to change everything we know about Apex Legends. Now it gets down to business.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
One more match. 10 teams to go into that grand final to join the 10 that already reside there from that winners bracket. Elevate, they're already there. Kinotrope Gaming, already there. Legends Gaming, they'll be there as well. TSM should be there alongside the likes of Disguise. Now, I am estimating around 30-ish points. Of course, we can't get a guarantee at the moment, but the likes of Omit, again, all they'll need is a few points and they should be okay. But LG, Na'Vi, they are on a knife's edge at the moment. They are being heavily chased by the likes of Alliance and Made in Heaven. But for Complexity, Heroes, Crazy Raccoon, WMNDY, Furia, and Geared Gaming, it is still doable. It may slightly be out of reach for the likes of Red Rams and Wonton Dumpling, but I have seen miracles happen. So you've got to say, they're still within a 1% chance here.
Well, if you're watching right now at home, or if you're sat here in the Galen Center, and one of your teams is in this lobby right now, they are going to need your support more than ever. If you're supporting Furia, Complexity, whoever it might be, every single bullet that is fired and every single fight they take, they're going to be feeling it on a level you can't even imagine. It's all about making it to tomorrow. It's all about being a part of the match point finals. And unfortunately, we've only got 10 spots available.
Sometimes it's just about icing up and being the very best version of yourself, and maybe sometimes just breaking a record as well. We've seen so many records broken so far this tournament, and we actually had a record broken earlier. Cloud9 got their first victory of the tournament here in Elimination Round 2 to probably send them into the grand final. It's those kind of achievements you need to be getting here in match 6. You need to make a difference and just find something extra to put into this game.
Well, here we go then, everybody. It's the final game of the day. It's the final shot at being part of Championship Sunday. Stormpoint is our map of choice. My question is, who's gonna make it?
Once again, we look over towards TSM in their drop. 4th place at the moment, 37 points. Just a couple of points here and they'll feel safely like they're going to be in that grand final. But of course, you have to make sure you just get over that mark. A lot of these teams will have a number in their head.
I was going to say, imagine losing the contest now. I'm just saying that
it suddenly becomes a very nervous final match if that does happen. But this contest hasn't really ever resulted in much in the last few games. Sure, Red Rams, they caused TSM a problem in the early stages of this tournament, but TSM will be waving goodbye to Red Rams shortly, you imagine. TSM should be going to that grand final, and Red Rams, as it stands, would be heading out of the tournament. Circle-wise, though, looks like we might be going a little bit further west once more.
For me, it's looking like a mill zone. I will say I said that before that pop.
You did say it before it popped.
Watch the VOD.
Would you like to change your mind now you've seen that it's popped?
I'm really hoping it's going towards mill. It does look like a mill zone, though. Maybe a little bit down beast in there between the two, but we'll have to see. But for C9, it's another great zone for them. One thing that they've done so well is get great prio positions in the last 2 zones, great end game positions, and they're once again in a great position to do so here. One team who's got great prio is Made in Heaven, dropping over at the mill. And if you're thinking, hey, where are Made in Heaven in the leaderboards? 12th. It's in their hands almost, you feel.
Yeah, they've been given a real opportunity with a zone like that. Geared Gaming also have priority to zone, and they're in 18th position. I said they're going to need a big game. Well, here's your opportunity. You're dropping over towards checkpoint. You have a ring console. You have all the information you could possibly need here. But what are you going to do with it? What have you got left in this tournament to try and send yourselves into that grand final? Now, you are going to be greeted by the likes of Disguise and probably Kinatrope Gaming relatively quickly if you stay at checkpoint, so they need to make a decision of where they're going to go if they are going to go anywhere here.
Now, this is going to be one of the slowest games I think we're going to see in the entire tournament, because everybody knows this is their last opportunity, right? And you're not going to get the amount of points you need on the board to qualify unless you are part of that end game. Everyone knows that, who's outside of that top 10. Furia will know that, but Furia will also know this isn't done for them yet. This isn't over. They win this game, they will probably make finals.
So we could maybe have, oh wow, there is going to be the knock. I was worried that maybe Lufka was showing a little bit much, but Blast should be able to get the revive. How quickly can Crazy Raccoon push up on this one? Well, they really want to send it. Evac Tower is out.
Skynate's good as well. They want to chase this down, and CR are angry.
Safety's up, folks. Enemies here.
They want to take this fight. They want these KP. They want momentum. 15th place at the moment isn't great, and Lufka is still down. And look at Light of Blast. They are taking so much damage, and Light is going to say, hey, I'm out of here.
And Omen, they're on 32 points. They're not completely safe here. It is going to be a nail-biting finish for Omen. Remember, in Elimination Bracket Round 1, the cutoff was 33. In Winners Bracket, the cutoff was 31. They're at 32 points at the moment. It's very much the danger zone. Now, LG, also who are in 9th place, only on 26 points. They cannot afford to go down in this fight.
You cannot go down, you're right. If you're LG in this fight, 9th place is a scary, scary place to be in, but here comes Slayer. They get that first knock. Panic's going to fall. Slayer goes in for 2. Is he going to be good for 3? That's the question here, as LG look like they're on top.
It's Geared Gaming on the other side, and if Geared do go down, it will be their tournament done. It will be over, but Disguised, they will be in the area. They will be hearing all of this commotion. You need to finish it quickly, as elsewhere, Na'Vi were just eliminated, and they were holding that 10th spot on 24 points. Na'Vi now, the likelihood of them getting into the grand final has just been cut by so much of a percent.
LG got 2 kills out of this position, but here comes ESG. Ren and Tricky should go down and will be taken down, but LG now have another problem on this, on the horizon. Geared Gaming eliminated. They unfortunately will not be joining us tomorrow.
Elevate eliminated as well, but that's fine. They are leading the lobby. That's actually good news for some of these teams in the chasing back, because it means that Elevate will not consume those points at the top.
This way.
3 big fights we just witnessed on our screens that have changed the complexion of this elimination bracket round 2. Na'Vi being eliminated means that 10th spot suddenly opens up to the likes of Alliance, the likes of Made in Heaven.
Disguise and LG still poking at each other at the moment. It looks like both want to disengage. LG are trying to run away from this, and understandably so. They've done their job here. They've got those KP.
But LG, I mean, they're only on 28 points still. I mean, a top 5, get yourself some placement points, a few more kills, and you should be in that grand final. And that is the same scenario for a lot of these teams that are hovering around from 8th to 12th position. For Cloud9, 38 points right now should be good. I still think that is a good total to be on. But they can very much influence how this lobby goes as well, because in this position, if the circle does pull up towards Down Beast, they are going to have such commanding height where they can just drill any team that starts to maneuver their way across open land.
C9 have played the last 3 games here on Stormpoint expertly to get themselves into places where they can guarantee points, but I think the biggest moment for them was just closing out that zone that we saw over by the mill on the egg. Actually winning that with so many teams in the vicinity gave them a little bit of breathing room. Speaking of breathing room, one team who doesn't have it right now is Complexity, but one thing they do have is a fantastic spotting zone.
Yeah, Complexity are going to be not so far away from Cloud9 up towards Down Beast. Again, if it does pull that way, they'll be in a brilliant spot. Disguise can make a rotation from the north and maybe can be a threat to Complexity. By the way, Crazy Raccoon have just dived in to center zone over towards Down Beast.
Kinatrope Gaming and Disguise might be just about to engage as well at the north-hand side of this zone. Zone's going to keep pulling towards Down Beast. I was wrong with my mill prediction. Happy to be wrong though now.
Well, 2 teams who are already, you'd imagine, through to the grand final. Disguised versus Kinatrope, but Kinatrope certainly the safer of the 2. It's Disguised who are still at a points total that might be nervous in their heads. It's whether this fight will actually happen. Kinotrope are going to be the team that are more than happy to take it because of their position. The noise will maybe encourage WMNDY to get involved, but I think that with Disguised just retreating away from this one, there won't even be the chance of a third party. For Disguised, it's a pretty simple task here. Get into the top 10, get a couple more points, and secure your place in that grand final.
CSM moving through Jurassic at the moment. There's Wonton Dumpling who they are fighting. They did get an initial knock, but I think the player got back to their feet. As we're not going to see the lifeline, this time for Reps. It's going to be the conduit. So again, just tinkering with things a little bit here, TSM.
I think it was just a just in case.
The contest, yeah.
Just in case anyone decides to do something crazy to try and ruin their game. I mean, TSM naturally will have a big target on their back as the reigning champs.
We've got a Pathfinder, by the way, so Wonton Dumpling should automatically qualify. That's how I see things.
Wonton Dumpling, a season to be remembered in the regular standings when they competed in APAC South, but only 7 points here. It would have to be a victory and, what, 20-odd kills to find themselves in the grand final, so it's unlikely, but we'll always check in on them just in case. Now, SSG, 35 points. Again, a good points total. Get yourself into the top 10, secure a couple more placement points, and you are probably good for that grand final. But there's a lot of teams I'm saying that about, right? There's a lot of teams that are just going to be playing a very cautious way into this final zone of just crawling in, finding a little hidey hole to call home. But eventually the zone will naturally force you to fight someone.
Well, Furia are outside of the qualification spots right now, and they're about to engage with a team. That team is going to be Red Rams. Let's jump into a listening.
Is that team on the left, did they have a horizon?
It was a lifeline, pretty sure.
Probably TSM.
I'm going to scan left if you guys want to look right for that Jurassic team.
I just don't have like long range, bro. I've got a flat line.
I know, but we just got to see where they go.
Yeah, they're in the pyramid right now.
Manus, you could probably get that. You probably get the... I'll get it, actually.
They left?
Yeah.
We just hit the UAV and act off of it then?
This team's still here, kind of. You maybe could.
Leveled up. Better lock down
Sure,
and upgrade.
I'm coming up to scan then.
Unless, like, they're in zone.
There's a wingman that came down at checkpoint.
Yeah, I don't know if we can do that checkpoint rotate anymore.
We could just kill this team on the zone close.
Yeah, I'm kind of down.
That is very, yeah. I do want to pop the fucking beak to get perps. Do you smoke me?
Yeah.
Getting it.
Another evac from spiders.
Careful on them lining our height.
There's a solo here.
Well, Furia will be able to get up to purples at least. Don't have to take that fight quite now, and you can see just the trepidation from everyone.
They were surprised to see something on the scan as well, it must be said, by the sounds of it, but I think that was all the teams over towards Down Beast. It's not going to be an easy rotation for anyone who wants to arrive late here, as it's Red Rams making their move. 20th position at the moment, 5 points. Just like what I was saying about Wonton, it would have to be a miracle for them, as we can check in once more with Furia's rotation. Now they've got that information from the survey beacon, they can begin to find somewhere to play.
Well, the Spider Cave is always a little bit scary, just because you're not quite sure there's going to be any teams up on the hill as you move towards the choke towards Down Beast, which looks like it's going to be their play. And yeah, Legends Gaming are holding that choke. Also, over at Checkpoint, you've got Disguise moving down from the north. So a very tough rotate here for Furia. They're going to have to win a few fights if they want to be in our finals tomorrow.
A lot of the teams who are on that borderline of top 10, by the way, are all pretty much at Down Beast and just waiting, hoping to see team names getting eliminated in that kill feed. Crazy Raccoon, Complexity, Heroes, they all still have a real chance of sending themselves into the top 10, but LG, Cloud9, they are in that top 10, and they'll be hoping that they can survive and see teams that are chasing them eliminated as well. Now, Alliance, at the moment, are still in joint 10th place with Na'Vi. As it stands, Na'Vi are still going through to the grand final, but we imagine that will change very quickly, because all Alliance will need to do is get into the top 15. One more team getting eliminated, and Alliance will send Na'Vi home.
TSM were thinking about the zone wrap. This time decide to maybe think about Checkpoint as their next call. As it stands, where this next zone will be going, nobody is inside of it, and that shows how much cover there is, how many buildings are still inside of it. However, a fight going down over at the mill right now. Made in heaven. family in the stands. A big, big moment for them. If they win this, they give themselves a chance.
And this is pretty scary because you're going up against Wonton Dumpling, who will feel like they have very little to lose. The position they are in right now. It's going to be so difficult for them to try and get into this grand final, whereas Made in Heaven is certainly doable. And Wonton Dumpling have just run into an absolute wall, not only grenades, but also Alliance.
Big, big bomb grenade coming in. Made in Heaven, though, now they're being sandwiched a little bit. They're trying to chase down these kills. They did get one knock in that situation, though, and a couple of other bodies are going to fall around them. However, now they're in problems. They're in trouble. Arctic is last alive, and Made in Heaven will go down.
And sadly, that will be the end of the journey for Made in Heaven. No grand final for them. It is the end of their tournament, but what a valiant effort it was. A brilliant team to watch. As now TSM, they've lost Verholst. Hal and Reps, though, are still alive. They have gained a placement point, getting into that top 15. But they're under a lot of fire, a lot of duress at the moment.
Just been scanned as well, and now they're going to get pushed on themselves. It's going to be Legend Gaming who try to move in to clean up these fights, clean up these kills. Reps is going to force Koifel to drop back down, but you just imagine the cavalry is going to be coming very soon. This could be the end here for TSM. Will it be enough? It should be. WMNDY will be eliminated as well.
Yeah, WMNDY, their tournament is done. They are outside of that top 10. TSM at 38 points should be okay. And look at 10th place. Alliance have just overtaken Na'Vi. Na'Vi are out of the tournament. Legends Gaming, though, they're being pushed. They are suddenly under a lot of fire here as a 2, but they have to hold with their backs against the wall.
And it's Furia who are making this play through the joke. They had to work their way up this hill that we were talking about before. This is their opportunity to get these kills, to work their way towards zone. As Strafing Flame is now left on his own. Keon and Vaxlon will get 2. And here come Disguise now, trying to sandwich behind Furia.
Yeah, Furia have to be careful because Disguised are going to be here. Legends Gaming are eliminated, but they should be okay at the moment. As you can see, Designful takes down Madness, and suddenly things have gone south for Furia here.
That wingman is such a problem when it's in a player like Designful's hands, and Madness just had no idea that it was going to be wrapping behind him. Alliance now in 10th as it stands. This is the team who will qualify in the final qualification spots if it stays like it is. However, still 12 squads remaining in this game and still a lot of Apex to play.
Yeah, still 8 of those bottom 10 teams are alive here, so 26 points, not comfortable at all for Alliance, and they will know it. Also, Keon's just gone down. This could be the end of Furia. Designful just catching them with that third party might be the final nail in the coffin for Furia's tournament.
Effect manages to secure the down. More points going to Alliance. SSG making some plays as well. Onto Red Rams. Well, Lucky now taking his turn to hit some nice looking shots. Hackers with the spray around the lifeline package. Has to be careful though, as shots are coming in from high over at Down Beast. Now, Alliance have to move here. All of this traffic they will have to take out if they want to be safe on this side of zone.
Red Rams eliminated. Red Rams out of the tournament. Wonton Dumpling could be following them shortly here. One last remaining player. They are also done as they finish in 19th place. So 2 more teams are going home as Alliance are getting there into the top 10. More placement points for them, and they will still hold that position. But there is still one last straggler for Furia, one last hope of maybe getting to that grand final.
Well, here comes the full send onto the high ground.
Oh, it's a massive win for Alliance. They could not afford to go down. Hack is now the last remaining player here. Needs to use those shields as best as he can. You just need to survive.
LG as well, still safe underneath Down Beast. C9 still on top. They've been there for the entirety of this game. As LG now move into 10th position. Alliance just above them into 9th. Let's jump into it, listening here with LG and see how they navigate this endgame. Alliance are gone.
No one behind us. Nobody behind us. And Height's not going to have to jump the wall. We heal these guys. Get barrels down in front of them. 10 seconds. Grab a bat. Keep in front of us on this, okay? You're going to have to slow down. Okay, yeah. Everyone just hold the climb up, bro. Yep, everybody hold this climb up. We're still in on Height. We're good, bro. No ult us. So put a barrel we can play. Put a barrel we can play, please. Yeah. Put it like LOS barrel. Put a barrel we can play. We can heckle shit. New. Don't run in front of me. He's only running around. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. They're going to be climbing us, like, they're getting barreled and shit. We're good. We are fucking so good. I got to kill. You got your kills. Nice. Oh, great job, Slayer. Great job. Okay, we're chilling. We're killing this solo, and then we're chilling, and we're going to... Ulti cells. Nothing. 3 surges on the ground. Nice. Slow high. Okay, listen, we might underneath and shoot the kids along the height of low...
A single kill from Slayer changes things even more. Now they're up into 8th position, LG. They are looking good.
Complexity eliminated. They'll be out of the tournament as well. They will not be heading to the grand final. Heroes also done. No grand final for them. Disguise, though, they've done enough here. They're in 3rd position, but they are ruining the tournament for other players, other teams. It is Alliance who hold 10th position at the moment on 30 points. Now, Crazy Raccoon, 25, closing in on them. They are the only threat to Alliance is Crazy Raccoon in this top 5.
Absolutely unbelievable to see it this close in the final moments of this game. But look at Crazy Raccoon, they're inside a down beast, but do they have an exit?
If Crazy Raccoon die, Alliance are guaranteed to be into that grand final. That is the only way this can change here in the top 10. Every other team that's still alive is already grand final set.
Might be something good this way.
I cannot imagine what those Alliance players are going through right now as they just watch on and they hope, they pray that Crazy Raccoon will fall.
We have to change over to watch Crazy Raccoon and what their play is going to be. I think they might just be hoping that someone else makes a play and something happens to allow them to leave this position. LG are watching their back as well. They would have been scanned, but they're going to have to wrap this over. It's going to hurt so much.
It's quite literally do or die here for Crazy Raccoon. And this is where you need to trust in your IGL. They'll have a rough idea of just how many points they are behind that top 10 as DSG getting a knock onto one of the players there, and it is going to be a situation where DSG could do Crazy Raccoon a favor. If you start to get eliminations and Crazy Raccoon can start to see placement points going their way, but LG, I think they know.
Oh, they know. They know.
Are well aware that Crazy Raccoon are here. But here we go.
This is all in. This is the play from Crazy Raccoon. They have to win this fight. 2 have already fallen. Yuzna's left on his own here. He's just going to try and heal and survive and hope, maybe, that someone else dies before the zone takes him down. Cloud9 still up on the height, raining down shots.
5
Biding
points
their time. Crazy Raccoon are out. LG eliminated, as are Kilodrome Gaming. And now it's just about who wins this thing.
It's about now just trying to dominate this final circle. Cloud9, can they put another victory on the board here, or is it going to be DSG with the momentum? It's a straight 3v3, but C9 is a trade 1-for-1.
Timmy left on his own here. Still has a little bit of hope with the head glitch. However, it's a 1v2. Timmy's gonna have to pull off something special. Does get the finish though. He's got a knockdown to play behind. One of the best FPS players you could ever wish to see is trying to make a play that we're all gonna remember, but Sorcerer won't let it happen. And C9 will be your champions. And as the elimination bracket comes to an end, you will see nothing but relief on those who make it to the match point finals.
And you can see the difference between Alliance and Crazy Raccoon. Alliance who just about sneak in 10th place. Crazy Raccoon in the end were only 2 points away from Alliance with their attempts at staying alive. But it's very sad here in the ALGS when we have to say goodbye to 10 more teams. But it means welcome to the 10 other squads who are now in the grand final.
But one thing I'll ask of everyone who's sat here right now is just put your hands together for a few moments. For everyone who won't be joining us tomorrow, they have put on such a show for the last few days here in LA. Relief and devastation.
As for Cloud9, 2 wins. They hadn't even got a win coming into this elimination stage. But now they go into that grand final, full of confidence, full of belief. As Alliance just check things back to say, how close was it? Nail-biting moments, I'm sure, for the boys in green.
Well, Lucky is, I think, just saying what everyone is thinking who's up in that top 10 right now. It's so fascinating to watch the mixture of emotions, right? You feel for people like Maxon, you can see on that stage right now. He gave it his all. So many clutch moments he had to try and force Furia into that finals. But there's only room for so many in our match point finals. Here are your series results.
And these are the 10 teams then that will be heading into that grand final. Look how close it was in the end. Crazy Raccoon only 2 points away from Alliance, but congratulations, Elevate, Disguised, Cloud9, Killertrope Gaming, Legends, SSG, TSM, LG, Omit, and Alliance, who will be joining already a stacked lobby in that grand final.
And as you say, congratulations, we have to say commiserations as well to the likes of Crazy Raccoon, Furia, Na'Vi, Complexity, Made in Heaven Heroes, NDY, Geared Gaming and Wonton doubling, and of course, Red Rams at the bottom. They have been part of an incredible event so far, but unfortunately, this is where their road will end.
Well, we can look back at just what it meant to Alliance when they were just watching on in the final moments with Crazy Raccoon, when they saw Crazy Raccoon eliminated and they realized they would be going to the grand final. Sweet, sweet relief, disbelief, perhaps, because when you go down in that moment, when you know you're on 30 points, you know there is a risk, you know there is a possibility that someone could surpass you.
Well, these gentlemen have been through a lot in the last 24 hours, and they deserve it. They really do deserve it. And they get a shot at that match point finals tomorrow, Dan. A real opportunity for them to put themselves back on the map, on the world stage. For Na'Vi, I've got to say, a really solid performance from them. Yes, they won't be in that finals. There's only room for so many teams. But I think that they've put aside this label that was put on them that it's an online team, not a LAN team. Well, they played some incredible Apex.
They proved themselves, they got a victory, and Fakindo, who was added to this Na'Vi roster, had an amazing tournament, and I'm sure they will be back for more, because even though it's heartbreaking to see these scenes of players dejected, it could be the beginning of their revenge tour. This is only Split 1 playoffs. We still have Split 2. We still have a World Championship to come, and we may see some of these players that are down at the moment be back right on top when we get to those tournaments.
It's been an emotional evening here in LA for sure, sending teams through to that grand final and unfortunately having to send teams home as well. Well, we've kind of speculated about what the players are feeling like. Well, Peeps is up on our main stage now to get it from the horse's mouth itself. We've got Hackers from Alliance. Tell us how you're feeling, buddy.
Thank you so much, guys. We are here with Hackies from Alliance. Crowd is loving it. So in a situation like that, it was do or die, right? How does it feel getting all that energy from the crowd? Does that help perform for you guys, or what's going through your head?
Of course, the fans are amazing, the crowd is amazing, it just energizes you. Like, playing at LAN is the most fun thing ever. Like, having my family here, my girlfriend, my parents, the whole community back at home watching, like, everything feels amazing.
Absolutely. And I mean, it was a close one, right? Very close, but all that matters is the fact that you guys made it to the finals. Tomorrow, all the scores are 0-0-0. What's the mindset going into tomorrow? How are you guys going to keep the guys leveled and locked in?
I think it's all about preparation. As long as we're confident, we're feeling good, we're in our own shoes, I think we can do anything. So it's just reset and go again.
Yeah, well, we saw the celebrations. We saw how much it meant to you. I mean, you've been part of Apex for so long. How does it feel?
I mean, it feels amazing. I've made every single final so far. This one was by the hair, so at least my streak is continuing.
Well, it keeps continuing, but here's the thing. We need a new LAN winner, all right? Maybe from Europe, that's all I'm saying. But you said your family's in the crowd, your girlfriend's in the crowd. What do you want to say to them?
I love you guys, thank you for supporting, and we'll do better tomorrow.
Crowd, make some noise. Everybody at home, make some noise. You will see my man Hackies here in the finals tomorrow. That is it from us. Glitter, take it away.
Thanks so much, Peeps. Great job talking Hackers as well. Huge congratulations to Alliance on being able to salvage that right at the end. So much elation on behalf of those teams that will be making their way through to tomorrow, and heartbreak, of course, on behalf of those who weren't able to make it through. That was a tough elimination 2 brackets effort.
that is about as hard as it gets, especially when we come off of the initial elim and winners bracket and you're sending some of the most tried and true land-tested teams to compete for one of the coveted 10 slots. It doesn't get any easier. These teams have the experience behind them that we just got to see.
I mean, Hotsick, talk me through some of your thoughts there watching that at the end, because was it going to be down to that solo on Crazy Raccoon? Were they going to be able to get this? I mean, everyone was watching with bated breath.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the worst positions to be in, not obviously just up from the scoreboard, but like the feelings that you feel that throughout that, like the entire team, coach, everything, fans, it's really, really hard to stomach sometimes, all the anxiety. So really happy to see them though. I mean, they got 10th, but in a game, in a format such as this, 10th is as good as first. They made it to the next day, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for these teams now to get a reset, because we even saw just how close LG was to that bubble area of making their way through to match point. Now that everyone has solidified their place in tomorrow, they can go home, get a little bit of a rest and a mental reset to prepare for the insanity that is always match point finals. We'll take a look at our match results from the last match of the day. It was Cloud9 taking the whole thing home, 9 kills, so not too shabby. We also saw a massive performance out of Disguise, Graceful.
Yeah, the thing is that, you know, I always love talking about veterans, and I love the quote as well. You have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. And as we can see, all these teams that are veterans that have LAN experience, they are comfortable. Even in these scenarios where their back is against the walls, they still manage to pull up. Some maybe fell a little bit short, but majority of them, the teams that we all have been talking about and expecting in finals, ended up going all the way.
Something that I think is really fantastic to point out here is that teams like Luminosity, Furia, Space Station weren't safe before this final match.
Yeah.
Going into this, if they had not accumulated that kind of just standard 6 point, or in this case, 7 and above average, they literally would have been out.
We'll take a look at the second page here and see where the rest of our teams fell. Everyone tried to make a final push in the end, got some decent kills on the board here, but it was too little too late for some of these squads here, Hotsick.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad to see, obviously, Wonton Dumplings, Red Rams, and I know a lot of people were pulling for him. People that, these teams that you didn't really think, not many people thought too much of before this land, but they put on a show. They really did, and Red Rams, I think, if you're a TSM hater, I think people loved seeing them be a thorn in their side, so kind of sad that we get to see them go, but it was very entertaining to watch them, as well as all the other teams.
I mean, even Elevate Game we're seeing down here at the bottom, but overall they had a phenomenal series, Graceful. So did what they needed to do early on enough that this was totally fine.
I mean, I was talking about it before, the Mazer Laser, the Mazer POVs. I think that they have found their footing. And with this momentum that they have leading into the finals, they are in a great shape right now.
All right, well, it was a emotional final match number 6. We'll take one more look back at our series results as well, so you can kind of have this reiterated here for you. Elevate at the top, 66 points, so definitely doing more than what they needed to do. But Legends Gaming was another pleasant surprise, Hotsick. They did really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Koi a little bit in the player lounge yesterday, and he seemed like relatively defeated. You know, as a Phil, sometimes as a Phil, it's really hard to feel like you can fill the shoes of the players that you're there for, or just make sure you're a good match for the team. But, I mean, they came out swinging in game 1. He had a huge clutch up as well in game 2. I mean, that gave them a huge safety net to just kind of coast, and I'm sure they knew they made it by then.
You know, and we talked about this a little bit. We even heard Hackus mention it during his interview. We have teams as a whole or individual players that have never missed a match point finals, TSM being one of them. They make their way through. Zephyr, you're one to watch heading into this as well. And now they're going to be going up against DZ to either maintain the title between the two or have somebody else steal it out from both of them.
And this is a thing now. We talk about where TSM has been in these last few days. You got to remember, it's been a challenge when we talk about the contest. This is going to be one of the first few lobbies that they're actually entering in here outside of some of those group stages where they are free to play the game. They are uncongested, uncontested, and allowed to be the TSM that potentially I know so many of these fans have been waiting for.
Well, we'll start talking about some of our individual players now as well. Let's take a look at our top 10 kill leaderboard and see where everyone is shaking it. Now, this is for all of our playoffs here so far, not just today. This also includes our group stage, and you can see that Leica's at the top with 56 kills, and we still have all of DZ up here. We still have 2 on Alliance up here. We saw some strong performances, Graceful.
Yeah, the crazy part is that all of these kills also get counted for all of the brackets, so Dark Zero still staying on top after their amazing performance just goes to show how big of a wave they made, right? But seeing other players, you know, all the Alliance players have been popping off, but Fnatic at the top of the leaderboard makes me really, you know, wonder, like, how scary are they?
Right.
Like, they are so strong that, like, has been, you know, dropping 56 bomb in a LAN. That's something.
I mean, getting, like, what, 26-something kills as a team in the upper bracket final is no easy feat. I mean, even Dark Zero couldn't do it. So, I mean, I'm really, really excited to see what Fnatic has in store tomorrow.
Well, you guys are doing my job for me right now. That's fantastic, because if we're talking about MVPs, it's gonna be somebody from Fnatic, and of course it had to be Yuka. Overall, like you've all mentioned now, Fnatic had an absolutely stellar performance in our winners bracket here today, but once they hit that 3rd place finish, it absolutely catapulted them into very strong performances on World's Edge. They then went into a 1st place, then into a 2nd place, then into another 2nd place, and we watched their slaying ability the entire time. When it comes to Yuka specifically, over 7,000 damage in our winners bracket. You mentioned just how tough that is to do, Hotzig, when it's in a winners bracket situation. 15 kills for Yuka, 23 assists, and we saw Leica on that top 10 kill leaderboard with a 7.6 KD. Well, that's where Yuka was at as well. Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal performance on behalf of Yuka, and that's why, for me at least, he's got to be the MVP in this situation, but obviously that honorable mention to Leica as well. Absolutely phenomenal. And if we're just going to keep going with this Fnatic theme, then that means it's also time for the Alienware play of the day. And of course, it's Fnatic. And you will remember this clip, all right? And I kind of want you guys to break this down a little bit for me and explain why it's such a good clip after we get a chance to take a look at it. All right,
Yeah.
Graceful, talk me through these moments.
The biggest thing here is seeing I would say the most impressive part of this whole clip that's about to unfold in front of us is how they're taking space efficiently. A lot of the times, people talk about roles on a team. Who is playing where? Who's the fragger? Who's the anchor? Who's that in-between filler, right? And as we can see here, as they've actually managed to pick up a Kraber in the hands of Yuka in the backline, his 2 teammates, Hound and Caustic, are moving up on this rock to take space, while Yuka, the Bangalore, is sitting back there with the Kraber, getting these cracks in, which is essentially opening up the fight for Fnatic to close it out.
And you can see just how much of an opportunity was opened up by that damage being done for Fnatic to really take advantage of it here, Hotzig, and move in.
Yeah, absolutely. And the funny thing about these zones generally is the team that's on top generally actually is the team that loses. You know, typically you think in an end zone, if you're on elevation, you win. But most of the time, that team needs to move first. And it's usually, even though it's a downhill battle, it's kind of like an uphill battle because you're just kind of, you're sliding down into your death generally. But those Kraber shots from Yuka are really kind of, even though the odds were not in their favor, that Kraber massively turned those odds around. So that's one of the reasons why it was a huge, massive, massive play for the play of the day.
I mean, we probably could continue going on about Fnatic because they were just that strong of a performer here today, but now we have to start looking towards tomorrow, the epic culmination of all of this, everything that everyone's looking forward to, our match point finals. Zephyr, give me your thoughts on today and then what you're looking forward to tomorrow.
It's been a rough day for a lot of these teams out there. This has been some of their final moments, but we've gotten to see, like I said before, some of that experience truly come out and shine. What needs to happen now is whether you've been here before or it is your first time playing in the match point finals, you have to show up in your best form. There's no longer our second chances or multiple opportunities to potentially play back into it. And granted, while these series can go on for an extended lead, remember, we've got teams starting with extra points who are already going to be a leg up on the competition who, like Dark Zero, have been absolutely excellent at capitalizing when given that experience.
All right, Grace, give me your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of rough parts, I would rather focus on the positive for now, where, you know, teams have, like, I've always been talking about adapting throughout the whole tournament, and now we're at the end of that where you can no longer adapt, because if you failed, you're going home. However, I have seen growth spurts on teams going all the way until the end. And, you know, we talked about Nave. Hey, are they going to go out in Alien Brown? No, they made it to 2 this time. Next time, they might go finals next time. And teams are evolving alongside the whole tournament. And I'm super excited to see, you know, how far, like, this whole tournament has been crazy. All the teams are so strong that even if you're not in finals, you're actually, like, back in the old lands, you're in top 10. Like, it's crazy.
And I love that point too, because this is arguably the most competitive it's ever been here, Hot6. So there's a very real chance that we do get a new winner tomorrow.
Absolutely, and I think that's been my favorite part of this tournament is the amount of representation that we've seen at the top end. It's the first land that has not just been NA dominated. You see LG barely squeaks by, which honestly, hats off to LG as well. I know we've been kind of bagging on them a little bit, but you know, to make the loser bracket run, especially like clear the minds, you know, great job from Sweet and the boys, especially Slayer. Yeah, I've just been loving seeing all the APAC representation. It's been really great. But one of my favorite things about, at least today, was that we saw that gods can bleed, and Dark Zero wasn't just running away with the whole tournament. So I love seeing teams dominate, but I also want to see a really, really competitive finals and not just one team blow everyone out of the water.
That's a great line, Hot6, and definitely will potentially be the theme of tomorrow. But if you're wondering when all of our action kicks off, it's gonna be a fun day, so you have to make sure you tune in. First of all, to start with our solo showdown, we've been talking about it all weekend long, starting at 1:30 p.m. I'm playing in it. Okay, so that's gonna be really, really fun.
Graceful's not.
Wait, we're
That's weird voice, guys.
No,
Come on.
Come on. Graceful, Hot6, you're too good. You don't get to participate. But then, of course, we're heading straight into our 4 p.m. match point finals, what everybody's waiting for, to see how it's all going to come to a close. And of course, Graceful, Hot6, we won't be having you on the desk here with us tomorrow, but you have been such a stellar addition. Everyone has loved everything you've brought to the table, literally here with us at the desk, and we want to thank you so much for joining us.
No, absolutely. I mean, thanks for having me, at least on my first ever attempt at this at LAN. I've had an absolute blast, and I hope people learn something at home.
I mean, I'm just thankful to be here. Even though I was out for Root Burn and got dragged into casting, help me. It was scary. I'm still so thankful to be a part of the Apex community in any way, shape, or form. I did play Pro League, and hopefully, you know, where will I end up? Who knows? Maybe a dev.
He's got secrets.
Oh,
He's got secrets, so we'll find out what happens in the next split. Okay. But like we said, you guys are fantastic, and we absolutely loved having you here. As always, if you want to keep up with all of our action, you can check us out on social media at PlayApex Esports on X and on YouTube for all updates related to all things ALGS, or at Play Apex on Twitch to follow along with everything we've got going on tomorrow, because our top 20 teams in the world will be battling in our match point finals. Will there be a new team that raises that trophy above their head, or will it be DZ and TSM battling it out back and forth yet again to see who is the best in the world? You're going to have to tune in and see how it all plays out before that even starts. So like we said, we've got our solo showdown, and that's going to be really fun as well. So make sure you tune in, check out all of the action. Until then, rest up. We'll see you tomorrow, legends.
I want to see chaos.
In with the climb. This is spotted, and TSM fall in game 1. Kraber shot could change everything, though. Can Slayer retake that title? Looking from the bottom. He's hiding behind the knockdown shield.